Well, anyway, oh, it didn't set up. I don't know what is happening lately. Here we go. You can hear my audio? Okay, and that's coming up now. Today, I wanted to talk about something that I feel is really, here we go, is really, really important. Today, I want to talk about what is the secret of lucky, effortless flow. Okay, I don't know if any of you got my email. If you got my email this week, yesterday, I talked a little bit about it. What is the secret of lucky, effortless flow? And why do some people seem to have it easier than others? What makes some people always come out on top? Like, what's that special sauce, you know? What makes them lucky? How do they just seem to effortlessly attract everything they want? And, you know, what's the number one thing that all spiritual people need to do above all else? And how can you be among these lucky people? Like, what's stopping you? And let's talk about that. Okay. All right, so I'm live in the places. Looks like it's working. Oh, thank you. Good morning, everyone. I see you here. Hi, Courtney. I see you in all the places. Okay, so I wanted to talk about this because I feel that it's a really important thing. I feel that it's something that is not talked about enough. And, you know, I see a lot of people that seem to, you know, have like a lot of certifications, but struggle so much with just this one basic thing, which I think is one of the most important things that there is, honestly. Okay, and what is it? Here we go. There we go. Okay, just forwarding. Okay, so, and I'd love for you to forward this if you're outside of a group. If you're on my main page, forward it in Facebook. I would appreciate it. Okay, so let's talk about this. The secret of effortless flow when people have it and you don't. And then you're like, what is the deal? Like, have you ever seen people who are, not only are they lucky, but it's like, you don't even think they're great people. And you're like, here I am working on being a good human, working on being, you know, spiritual and listening to the universe and all those things. Why are they luckier than me? Okay, so here is why. It is basic law of attraction, but stay with me because this might be some things you haven't heard yet, okay? First of all, people who have effortless flow, who can find happiness, who are, you know, things seem to work out for them, you are seeing them with their belief. So you could have master's certifications in 100 things, but if you do not believe that spirit, universe, God has your back, is working for you, then nothing you do will work. That is the plain truth. You have to believe that spirit has your back. You have to believe that the universe is working in your favor. You have to believe that every single thing that happens to you is purposeful. It's for your life and your growth, and there's so much to learn from it. And people who do that, who are always looking for the miracle, who are always looking for the sign that the universe has their back, they trust and believe in everything that happens. I mean, everything. Car breaking down, job loss, hard things, losing people they love even. That everything has a purpose, that's supposed to happen that way. And they learn not to go into shame, blame, you know, those dark feelings, or nobody loves me, or the universe hates me, or spirit guides never help me. Like, they don't go there, you know? And you are seeing that. So you don't see me saying, my car broke down, I was going to trade it in, I was going to buy a new car, now I don't have a car to walk to pick up my kid yesterday. Instead, you see me saying, Spirit's really teaching me a huge lesson here. And because I do not want to buy a car with a huge payment every month, because I have never had to do that and I don't want to. And yet I want that brand new car that has all the bells and whistles. Then I am watching Spirit bring that to me. I'm watching it happen. And you don't see me for a second going, oh, the things happen. Why do they happen to me? Why are the people lucky? Because that's what lucky people do. And when you see people doing that, that's what you're seeing, is them in their belief in Spirit. And that's a huge thing. Now, I'm not going to say that I'm perfect. I'm not going to say that I always do it. But I have learned that when things happen, I don't go to, why is this always happen to me? Instead, I go to, what's the purpose of this? Why is this happening? What do I need to release? What do I need to clear? What do I need to do? I immediately go and have a session. I have sessions every month. I work on over 100 people during the month, and I need to also watch myself. So I have 2 sessions a month at least, okay? And if you're working on hundreds of people a month, you need to do the same thing. You need to protect the vessel that you're working on, that you're using to work on other people. So that's what I do. I go have a session. What's happening? How can I fix it? How can I get there? So if you don't feel like you're one of these lucky people, then what's stopping you? Because this, I'm sure it's not total news to you. You know that these lucky people, that they're doing these things. So here's the main question. If you already know what it is, why aren't you doing it? What's stopping you? Why isn't that where your thoughts go? What can you do about it? Because the truth is that it's more than just, well, I'm just going to do that thing then. Have you been trying to do that thing for years and years and it hasn't happened? I'll give you an example. I have been trying, and I said this in my last live, for the past 13 and a half years, I have been trying to get back to a daily yoga practice or a weekly yoga practice, and I have not done it since becoming a mom. And I have tried and tried to watch that video, do that thing, maybe join that place or this place, and nothing has worked. So, 13 and a half years later, I should have done this a long time ago. I said, you know what? I said, universe, bring me someone who can help. And then I did. Or they did. They brought me someone, and I signed up to work with this woman who helps you build a daily yoga practice one-on-one. And you know what? It's not crazy expensive. It's not any more than I was paying for, upkeep of my body from not doing yoga. So that's what I'm doing now. So the question to you is, if you have been trying this over and over to look at the good side, but look for the miracle, look for the sign that the universe has my back, believe that everything that happens is for a reason, then it's time to try something else, because if it's not working, then it's not working. If it is working, then do more of it. You know what I mean? But if it's not working, then it's time for a session to clear out what's not working, and it's time to answer these questions. Okay. Do you spend time every day, every other day, or most days, either sitting in silence, contemplation, walking in nature, being in the present moment in silence, meditating, using your healing modality that you spent money on, that you have, channeling? Do you channel? Do you want to channel? I've got a class on Sunday. Anybody can learn to channel safely with their spirit guides on Sunday. If you've been trying to get to a place where you can look for the sign, trust, and expected things, and it's not, then you just have to try something new, okay? I'm not saying, you messed up. I'm saying, look at what you're doing. If the same thing over and over is not helping you, then you have to try something new. You're going to have to get help. You're going to have to reach out to someone to help you. That's what we're here for, to help each other. So if it's not working for you, reach out. Because it's not just about think happy things. That's not going to work. You need to work on your shadow work. You need to figure out what it is. Sometimes your shadow work has to do with things you would never think that it is about. It might be not the thing you think it is. Sometimes you need a little outside help to look in and say, hey, this is about such and such. And you're like, oh my gosh, I didn't even think about that. It could be that, or it could be something else. Like, Everything that is happening in your life has to do with an emotion that needs to be processed. These emotions in your auric field, they're sticky, right? And things stick to them. Entities can stick to them. Psychic implants can stick to them. Lots of things can stick to them. And, sometimes blocks, that's where you have the block. That block wouldn't stay there if you didn't have that emotion that's grabbing on to it. So you release the emotion, you accept it, you have someone help you release it, or you release it yourself. Take that time. Now it cannot hurt you. Now look, you could do this all yourself. It'll take a while and you'll have to be very, very dedicated, and you can do it. But if you can't get to a place where you make yourself do it, then you have a block. You have a block about it. So I have people say, oh my gosh, I need your help. I have this entity and it's terrible. And then they never get the help. I have so many people say, I'm going to get that session. I know I need it. And they never get the session. They don't ever do it. They prioritize lots of other things, but they aren't prioritizing that. And so that's a sign in itself that you may have an entity that's keeping you from doing that, or, you're just not putting yourself first. And this is not all about like, hey, get sessions with me. I know that as a shamanic channel and mentor, my sessions are a little pricey, but that shouldn't stop you, because you also have Missy Sullivan, who's in my Sound Waves Heal practitioner in my sign up, and she's $75 for a half hour. So I know that a lot of you can do that. And I have donation-based sessions. They are group sessions, but they help. Do you have one of those? Do you have $1? If you can't use PayPal, did you reach out and ask me if you could pay another way? What's stopping you? Are you doing these things? Or are you saying, I'm going to do these things? And I'm just saying, if you keep finding yourself saying, I'm going to do these things, then again, you are stuck in a rut, and it's time to bust out of it. You need help. You need a session. And maybe not just one session is going to change your life. You may need more than one session. You need some sessions. It's like people will go to a counselor and understand that, or go to the doctor every year. But have you had a spiritual clearing this year? Have you had it this month? Did you have a mentorship or spiritual session lately? Have you had one? Because if you haven't, why not? Why aren't you prioritizing yourself in this way? And, if you are a light worker, that's so easy. You have modalities, you have things. Then if cost is a factor, then you are already there where you can barter with a friend and you can work on each other. I have been bartering with Gia Hooper for 8 years. We used to work on each other every single week when we had time, when we were first starting. She did yoga with me. That was probably the closest I got to doing yoga for some time at that time. She was amazing. And she did Reiki. And I taught her all these classes that I teach now, and I worked on her. And now, her whole thing has changed, and that's what she does for a living, and she's amazing. She has no more time to teach me yoga, unfortunately, because that was so amazing. But, we still work on each other once or twice a month. Every single month, and we barter and we help each other all the time. And you really should have someone to do that for you if you have the same skills. If you have the skills and you're having a hard time working on yourself, you work on someone else. Okay, see, Miss K says, I've never had one until you're live, never had a session. Yes, so individual sessions are so much more lit than group sessions. Group sessions are great and can help you so much, and it can really bring things up and you can keep working on it. But individual session will bring you, hopefully, if you go to the right person, messages on what to do to stay clear so that you're not, addicted to the session, have to keep having the sessions because you don't know what to do on your own. They should be enlightening. They should be encouraging. What's the word I'm looking for? They should help you help yourself as well. And they bring through all this information that you didn't know, and they can really help you, and there's also sometimes there's other reasons why you might have that block. Okay, it might not just be an emotion or resistance. It could be an entity, and it could be if you have entities, and we talked about this a few weeks ago, and you can find that live in 5D, like if you can't stay clear. If you can't stay clear, there's probably more to work on. It could be emotions, sure. Like most people, it's emotions, but also past lives, concurrent lives, future lives, timelines to untangle. It could be something you need to accept or forgive. It could be an entity derailing you. And there's, I talk about this all the time, but do you ever hear this voice in your head saying shit that you would never say to yourself? That is an entity. And an entity, once cleared, is gone forever. But if you don't know why you had that entity, if the person who removes the entity does not tell you, I removed this entity and you got it because of this, and you need to do this to keep from doing it, and this most likely has to do with emotions. It's not just like sage your house. That's not going to do it. Then, although, they can help paired with other things. Then, you need to know why you are calling back its identical thing. So entity is once cleared, it should be gone forever if it's truly well cleared, but its identical can come in if you don't know why. And then you could have a physical object with an attachment that keeps you unclear. I had a client who had all this entity built into all of her tarot and oracle cards, and she had to either clear each one or she had to throw them all away. Of course, if you have please tell me you don't, but if you have a Ouija board, you're going to burn that right now and reject everything about it. Okay, something like that, Could be house portals, could be a hex or a curse. These things happen. They attach themselves to emotions in your field. It could be an untruth you're buying into, like, oh, spirit never helps me, spirit never gives me a message, nothing good ever happens, that kind of stuff. You got to clear. It's like people will go to a counselor and understand that, or go to the doctor every year, but have you had a spiritual clearing this year? Have you had it this month? Did you have a mental voice in your head saying shit that you would never say to yourself? That is an entity. And an entity, once cleared, is gone forever. But if you don't know why you had that entity, if the person who removes the entity does not tell you, I removed this entity and you got it because of this, and you need to do this to keep from doing it, and this most likely has to do with emotions. It's not just like sage your house. That's not going to do it. Then, although, they can help paired with other things. Then, you need to know why you are calling back its identical thing. So entity is once cleared, it should be gone forever if it's truly well cleared, but its identical can come in if you don't know why. And then you could have a physical object with an attachment that keeps you unclear. I had a client who had all this entity built into all of her tarot and oracle cards, and she had to either clear each one or she had to throw them all away. Of course, if you have please tell me you don't, but if you have a Ouija board, you're going to burn that right now and reject everything about it. Okay, something like that, Could be house portals, could be a hex or a curse. These things happen. They attach themselves to emotions in your field. It could be an untruth you're buying into, like, oh, spirit never helps me, spirit never gives me a message, nothing good ever happens, that kind of stuff. You got to clear those things. And, we talked about those kind of things before, but today I'm really just talking about, like, if something isn't working for you, instead of just like digging deeper into doing the same thing over and over again, you're going to need to go and get some extra help. So you need clear, actionable steps. You need an evaluation of what's happening, what's causing this. You need a clearing of yourself in maybe your space, what to do next. You need to have your spirit guides tell you. So if you can trans-channel, or you can channel by taking your ego out. So that's the great thing about trans-channeling, is you got to take your ego out. In fact, I'm going to do some trans-channeling for you in a minute. I'm going to bring in Alpar-a-be-am, my blue avian friend. But if you can't get a message without your ego involved, then you might need a message from someone else if you're really tied up with some things happening, or you're really emotional about this issue. But if you can trans-channel, then you can take your ego out and ask your guides what's happening? What can I do to get past this block? I teach trance channeling to beginners, and I love to teach it. And if you want to join, I've got spaces for November. So, and you get a bonus for starting early, and I can tell you all about that. You can do it very, very safely. Of course, I teach very, very, very safely how to trance channel, starting with your spirit guides, and even how to channel with your spirit guides. So you just need to release whatever's in your way from doing this work. And you need to train your brain by doing these things all the time. So that's the thing. Our brain is already trained. We're already trained to go to the bad thing or if you're doing the same thing over and over and you've trained your brain to do that, now you have to release that and train your brain to do something else. We need to be looking for the reason that it's happening. You need to be looking for the lesson. Expect the universe to send you flowers. Expect the universe to send you signs or cash from out of the blue or discounts, ease, grace, the perfect helpers, the perfect clients, and more. You got to look for it, expect it, know it's there, affirm the signs, celebrate every tiny win. And if all of that is hard, then you need help, okay? I don't often come on here and say, go get a session. So this is the one time I'm going to do it. Don't keep trying to do the same thing, therefore wasting months of your life while things are falling apart. And here we do have some new things that can help, okay? If you need help staying clear because you need to train your brain to stop calling into entities or anything like that, Missy Sullivan, who is a Sound Waves Heal practitioner, has a new thing. It's called Consistent Weekly Clearing and Clear Training. Okay, this is a weekly healing, and it starts at $188 a month, which is not very much. Okay, and you can even get a break on that down to $155 if you pay for 3 months at a time, and you will get every week a clearing. In 2 weeks of the month, you'll get a deep clearing, and that is something that can help you because she will give you actionable steps. She will give you an evaluation. She'll tell you what's happening. She'll tell you how to get out of it. Because sometimes when people come and they have such deep, problems with spirit, then just one session's not going to fix the brain training. The brain training is what you need, how to really get past that. And if you're pretty clear already, then maybe trance channeling is what you need. How to get messages from your spirit guides, through trance channeling or channeled writing. If you're great at being in 0 point energy, you can also get TAG mentorship. So TAG Lightworkers also has consistent sessions every month in up level, TAG up level. You can have consistent sessions with me where you're just on it. You've got that 1 session a month, or you've got that 2 sessions a month and clearing every week for me. You get a lot of things with these, and you get TAG, which is many sessions all week included in the huge library of Lightworker classes and the huge volumes of programs that have all the spirit guides and different kinds of ascension guides to connect to and to be healed from. So there's a lot of things available to you. But I just wanted to really talk about that. If you do not trust in spirit, if you do not think that spirit can help you, then that is the main thing that you need to work on. That is the number one thing. Here we go. I'll put it on the screen. What is here we go. The number one thing that all spiritual people need to do above all else is trust that spirit has your back. The trust that spirit's going to help you, and never say the negative of that. You're always going to say, Spirit is here to help me. The universe has my back. You're always going to say that, and you need to believe in that. If you can't believe in that, then that is your biggest priority before you do anything else. Because how can you help other people if you don't even believe? Faith is required for spiritual work. And if you don't have it, then spiritual work's not for you. If you can't bring yourself to have it, but you want to, then it's time to do some consistent work on yourself with some help. Okay? Missy is very, very powerful. Yeah, good. If you trust, if you believe, then it's time to see what's stopping you from being the person that sees all the good and everything. From being the person who is always looking for the sign, who always knows our universe has their back. It takes time. It takes time to build that. And I'm getting better and better at it every week. And I always do look for the lesson. I do. Okay, so the last thing I want to do is bring in Alpar-a-be-am. He has some things he'd like to say. Alpar-a-be-am, I have to write it down here for you so I can put it on, is a blue avian being. He is on the Kir Council. So the blue avians call themselves, and here I'll get. The blue avians call themselves a Kir. That's what they call themselves to me. Perhaps you get something else, and that's fine. That's what I get. And he's on the Kir Council, which is like a galactic council. So the galactic council has a Kir on it, but that's the one that I channel sometimes called Don L. But Alpar-a-be-am is my guide, and he's my partner guide. He's the one that I channel the most. So let's bring him in, and if you have a question for him, you can put it on the screen, and I will, and I'll bring him in. Okay. Okay. Hi, Kimberly. It is absolutely true that you can build a new way of being and a new habit of thinking by training yourself with the new way over and over in the same way that you trained yourself with the negative way. And so it just takes time. 21 to 40 days to build a new habit. And the habit begins by catching yourself when you are bringing forth the old habit. This is what you do. You constantly replace the old habit with a new habit. And the new habit would be to release the emotion or accept the emotion that is coming up, and then accept the next one and the next one and the next one until you feel good. And then to use thoughts, love, or actions that help you stay in the new feeling. And as you do this, you will find that it becomes a habit over time. And if you cannot do this yet, then of course it is time to begin. And if you find you cannot do it yourself, then you may reach out and have someone else help you. Am I paraphrasing? Yes, in my own way. Did you know what my purpose is in this life, if you haven't heard? I am in an incarnated life. I am not a spirit guide in spirit. I am a blue avian, as you call me, a Kir. And I am in what you might call a spaceship and what I would call a plane of existence, which is right over your earth. We are not in the third dimensional space, but in a fifth dimensional and higher space. There are many here from many places. Some are Kir and many other beings as well who have come as your spirit guides or your partner guides or your helpers to help you create the life that you wish, to heal yourself and maybe to heal others as a light worker. Most of us here in my space are helping light workers. And I help them to connect to you. And Rachel helps you and others like you to connect to them or to other guides who are here to help you. This is what you call your starseed guides. That is who I work with. Your helpers from past lives who are incarnate in another planet or plane at this time. And everyone has them and everyone has access to them. And we can help you in this way. and to learn is easy enough. That's what I'll leave you with. That and a healing to help you get to the root of what is not serving you today so that you can create a better life for yourself by releasing it. So concentrate by working on your breath, concentrating on your breath, and releasing, and let your mind flow, and whatever comes up is what you are releasing. All right, I'm back. All right. I hope that was helpful. He did sort of paraphrase it, didn't he? But it's so much easier when he says it. I mean, I could have saved you 30 minutes and just had him tell you that one thing, right? Thank you all for coming. And remember, if you need help, we have lots of ways to help. There's donation-based healings on my site. There's consistent weekly clearing and clear training with Missy Sullivan. Starts at $188 a month. You can even get it for less, for $155 a month. That's a great deal. There's tag mentorship, tag and consistent sessions with me, or just one-on-one sessions, individually purchased, bundles, whatever you need. I would love to help you create that life for yourself with this work. And of course, I'd love to train you to help other people do it in whatever way that you're supposed to do it. I love to train people to work with trance channeling and to work with higher beings of light and to work in higher realms, higher dimensions, higher densities, to heal with shamanic trance and to heal people, very deeply. So I love that. Thank you so much for coming, and I'll see you soon. Hi, everyone. How are you? I'm Rachel Chamness at Soundwaves Heal. This is my live in 5D. I am live every Thursday morning. I am live from 11 Eastern Time to 12 doing some card readings with my deck, which is called Elemental Magic and Manifestation. And then afterwards at 12 Eastern Time, New York time, Tennessee time, I come live for live in 5D, and this is it. And I usually talk about some sort of, spiritual tool or something like that. So today I want to talk about the leading edge tool for higher dimensional healers. So welcome, and thanks so much for coming. What is the leading edge tool for higher dimensional healers? Like, what am I talking about? Well, first of all, especially if you're in my 5D Daily Facebook group, which I see you guys. Hi. I know I've been live a lot this morning, haven't I? If you are in my group, then you're either a light worker already or you're about to be, right? Or you're feeling the pull. Like, how many people here really feel that they are a light worker, or they're meant to be here to help other people find the light, or to heal others, or bring them messages, or even just you feel a pull to this light work in some way, whether you have a lot of certifications or you have none, but you're feeling that pull. Yeah. Look, I see a lot of people saying that they do. So, you are a light worker. So whether you are a Reiki master, Reiki 1, you're naturally gifted with your psychic senses, or, pull cards, you heal others, you do shamanic work, you work with Akashic records, whatever it is that you are, do, or you're just feeling like you want to go in one of those directions, then you're a light worker. And being a light worker doesn't mean that you have to do what I'm doing, but perhaps you want to. Perhaps you want to do what I'm doing. Perhaps you want to help people up level their life, connect to ascension, connect to their guides and helpers, and to trans-channel beings of light and bring their healing forward and work in these higher dimensional realms, multi-dimensional realms, shamanic realms. Maybe you do. If you do, I do teach that. I have a course, a signature course that starts in February is the next time. And if you're a beginner, then I recommend, you start with Reiki 1. And I have a huge package on sale, 50% off for beginners on Black Friday. So you really should check that out on my events page, on my webpage, or even in Facebook, and read one of the emails I've sent you this week because it's a great deal. And I also have an advanced package, so 30% off of my Trans-Channel Mediumship course. This is a level 1 course. Most people can take it, even if you're advanced. If you don't already trans-channel, I teach a ton of protection. I teach lots of stuff in it. So anyway, those are for sale. But today I wanted to talk about the leading edge tool for higher dimensional healers. So if you are a light worker, oh, here goes my cat. It's going to start meowing. Maybe you want to deepen your modalities or expand the modalities you have, even if you don't use them. Let's say you have, and I see this all the time, let's say you have like 5 certifications, but you don't even have, like, you're not doing anything with them. You don't even know how to put them together. That's just something I love to help people do. Or maybe you want to step outside of the rules of those modalities to really find your own modality. So I really tell people all the time, you have your own modality. And even if I teach you how to do everything I do, you are still going to use your modality. You're going to do it in your way, in the way you were supposed to do it, in the way that you've come here to do it. That is so important. Maybe you want to pick up more spiritual gifts or be able to bring healing from higher dimensions with more understanding and depth than what you could possibly know. So that's one thing I love about bringing healing from beings of light, is that they have all this incredible, I mean, I don't like to say the word power because I don't, it has bad connotation, but they have this incredible healing and this incredible knowledge of what they're healing. And they can see outside of this 3D matrix and really get to the point of what we need and connect us to what we need to connect to. So maybe you want to develop a deep connection with your spirit guides. Of course, I totally recommend that. It's even my freebie. It's like the Spirit Guide Masterclass bundle, or maybe you want to build your healing and mediumship business more. So what if you had something that could bring more spiritual discernment, that could bring a higher level of sovereignty for you, which those two things kind of go together, that could help you build your business from the ground up, even without a coach, that could show you who to trust, who to learn from, and that could be like a compass that just shows you, just pointing you towards your light path, always telling you where to go, and help you always feel connected and on top of like every part of your life, and stay in the cutting edge, just right there on the cutting edge of your work. If you're a light worker, you're on the leading edge of creation already. So being guided by things that have come before in old systems, that's really not going to help you, right? You need to get what's on the cutting edge. You need to always, be there. I know I'm live 3 times in one day. So this is trans-channeling. This is what I would say. Trans-channeling is really the difference. Why? Well, first of all, what is trans-channeling? What's the difference between trans-channeling and regular channeling? Regular channeling I would call relay channeling or straight channeling. And that regular channeling is like a being gives you a message and you repeat it. And I'll show you what that is like. So that's like if you pull a card for someone. I have my own cards here. And here's a group card. So you get "You Are Safe." Kel the Silver Fairy. All right. Now, sometimes you don't know who the messenger is that's telling you the message. That could be your joy guide or something like that. So if I pull this and I give you a relay channel, you're safe. So I'm just listening and Kel's going to give me a message. You're safe to pursue whatever it is that you are wanting to do, that we can all do everything that we want to do. If you have a feeling that you want to do something, if there's something you see, like you see someone trans-channeling and you're like, I want to do that, I wish I could, you can. And she's just saying, you can do anything that you want. Nothing is impossible. You can do it. And you're safe to do it. You're safe to pursue that. So that's relay channeling. Now, trans-channeling is where I would just let Kel talk to you through me. So let's do trans-channeling and see the difference. And stay hydrated. All channels always need to be hydrated. Okay, so let me trans-channel Kel, the Silver Fairy. She feels so interesting. It is difficult to see in the third dimensional frequency how you can go forward. It is often difficult, for it is very dense. And from where your spirit guides are, from where we are, we can see the paths that will bring you towards what you want. And so we are here to say you are safe. We're pushing you in these directions. And you might be feeling afraid to go forward in that direction of what you want. And that's because it looks to you as if it could be dangerous or not work out or be a failure or be not for you, or because it's suddenly hard, it's not for you anymore. And perhaps you were wrong, but that's not how it works. We are always pushing you through, and you may go through denser periods where suddenly you feel that completion of work that you had done, that you felt you were so connected with, is no longer for you anymore just because it's hard. But that's not true. You're to work through it. It is another layer of understanding and learning to get through it and get to the other side. And you are very safe to go forward, to learn what you're supposed to learn. You're very safe to take those leaps of faith and to go towards the goal that you wish for. And nothing is off the table if you listen to your guides. If you understand the law of attraction and spirituality, then the world is your oyster, and we can help you go through with everything that you want in this life. Woo! Well, that was fast and furious. Okay, so that was trans-channeling Kel, the Silver Fairy. So you see that's different. She comes through me and she talks through me, and that's different. And you might even feel it. If you felt like the vibration shift with that, then you're probably a trans channel. That's a sign that you can learn to trans channel, or you might even be doing it but not understanding how to control it. Is like if you felt that shift of her coming through to me. And I just let her talk through me. I know who she is. I have a deep level of discernment of what's of the light and what's not. And that is something I teach in the class. And in fact, you do need to, like, if you want to take trans channeling from me, you do need to have a conversation with me to make sure you're ready for it, so that you will have great deal of success and be in a place where you can discern and learn discernment. So there's two requirements to be successful with trans channeling. One is that, are you ready to take your ego out? Are you ready to commit to changing your life? Because once you let these spirit guides come in and talk to you and guide you and help you build your business and be like your best business coaches you ever met, or your best life coach you ever met, because they are like they're here for you. Their only job is to help you, And when you trans channel, you can take your ego out. You can take that extra step of taking your ego out to give messages or get messages for yourself. So that's why I love trans channeling. With the channeling, of course, we're mixing it with our thoughts. But with trans channeling, I'm moving aside and letting Kel talk through me, or whoever, And it's thrilling. And having this kind of power to change your life, it takes a little bit of adjusting to. So if you make that decision, that's one of the reasons why I teach it in sort of a 6-month class, because a weekend class of trans channeling, is a lot more difficult than learning it slowly over 6 months, because the way that I teach it, you'll probably trans channel in the first class. You most likely will. 99% do. But after that, you'll have things come up. You'll learn more about yourself. You'll have doubts. You'll have different things happen. And you really need a guide to help you get through it. So that's why I teach mine in 6 months. But it's so fun, And so it's great to be able to take your ego out, let them talk through you. The other thing is, can you take a risk and go for it? Because that's a big thing in spirituality. And if you want to be a spiritual entrepreneur, you do have to take these risks. Now, I'm not talking quit your job and tomorrow you just set up shop. I mean, definitely, you're going to want to do some in between there for, just reality. But to take that leap and say, I'm going to believe what I get. That's what I tell my students the first day of class. You're just going to believe everything you get, and you're not going to throw anything out. And then you're going to see where you go with that. And that is sometimes just the biggest part. And, people love trans channeling. What they love about it is the surprising things that come out of your mouth. When you start trans channeling, and especially in a small group, it really helps to get feedback. But you'll say, oh my gosh, I never would have said that, you know? It's like, and you'll get your own aha moments too. Like I was just giving some messages and doing some trance channeling, and I was getting messages for myself while I was doing it. It's fun, you know? And in the classes, it's, we get kind of a sense of family. We build inside the small class. Like if you heard me trance channeling my protector earlier, it's like our protector guides know each other, our joy guides know each other. People in the class, they always have some sort of commonality, which is really cool. I once had a class full of Syrian starseeds. That was kind of fun, that we were able to pinpoint how they all knew each other from a past life, you know? And then they have each other to practice on, they have each other to give feedback. So it's not just me giving you feedback, because, you know, you hear it from everybody. And then there's so much practice. We have a practice group, and you do practicing your guides, because the more you practice, the farther you get. Like, I have a student now who practices like every day. She's like me. That's what I did when I learned to trance channel. She practices every day, and already she's bringing her guides through, not just to give her messages, but to give other people messages. She's already using them in her sessions, like within the first month. So that's amazing. And I built my entire business from the ground up with trance channeling. I built it just knowing my six guides, 5 inner band, and my gatekeeper. I built trance 2, 3, and 4, which are the higher classes. I you know, wasn't going to do that, but everyone started asking me for it, and I just wanted to teach people more of what I learned, so I just kept doing it. And then they helped me build all those classes that I included in my Reiki classes. So I teach psychic Reiki healing, and in psychic Reiki healing, it's just regular Sui Reiki, and all that comes with that. I have these amazing manual and class that I teach, but I add to it all of my psychic healing, all the psychic healing that I do, all these techniques, and all of those I downloaded from my spirit guides or from other beings of light, and they have taught me how to do everything. I took only a trance channeling 1 class, and it wasn't even as good as my class, to be honest. It was very basic, and it was really hard. Not many people did it, but I did it. I mean, I was just made to do it. I was like, oh, it's like changed everything. I did it, and then I added onto it. I've been teaching it for a while, so I've added a lot onto it. And I took that and I built everything. So, you know, for some people, that's all they need, that beginning little course, and they can take it all the way. You know, all the courses I sell, everything that I've brought through for Tag Lightworkers, which has like 60 different programs or more in it. And then I have 6 new programs a year now. And like all of that, I brought all of that forward with trance channeling. So I just really, really recommend it. I think that it's a kind of thing that you can use to take all of your techniques and your own personal healing modality and any other modalities that you have together. Reiki, of course, I recommend you have to have Reiki 1 to take the class, because that really opens your senses. And there's a few other things we have to determine that'll work for you. But the trance channeling class that I teach really helps you take all these certifications and things that you've learned, even if you've never used them, and put them all together. And now they all start to work together, which I think is really cool, you know? So how do you learn trance channeling? You can take a class. Of course, I recommend that you take with me. Of course, because I'm the kind of person who, like, I think about every little thing. I'm always trying to help my students. I always add to the programs, and I'm like absolutely obsessed with your success. I want to make sure that you're doing well with it, that, you know, if you need help, I'm here. If you need to learn something, you know, I'm always there for my students. And you can see that in my testimonials on Google, or, you know, Instagram, or wherever on my site. This is not one of those certifications that you'll never use. That's why I do 6 months. I mean, a lot of people have all these certifications they don't use, or they learned on a weekend, they don't know how to go forward, or other things popped up and they didn't know what to do. So that's why I really do it in a 6 months. And you get one-to-one help. There's 12 classes. So 6 months, each month we do 1 guide. I teach you, and you have a whole program that teaches you how, and opens your psychic senses, things like that. But I teach you all about that guide and how to trance channel that guide. We work on it 1-to-1 in the class. And then you have another practice live. So for those people who just really need that live class and, you know, don't do well with learning on videos, then this is perfect, because then you have a practice class with a master practitioner at Sound Waves Heal. It's usually Leslie, sometimes it's Caitlin this month, or sometimes Candace, or others, Missy. So this is something that you will have a lot of one-to-one with. And I don't operate off templates or a preset method. I work with the people in front of me and their spirit guides. So I might bring through something I've never brought through before. Like each class is a little different, kind of like depending who is there. And, I have a client now who's taken the class, and she had to learn a whole different way to trans-channeling, a new way that I've never taught before. And we had to figure that out because it was a little bit different for her. It just didn't work for her the way that I normally teach it, that works for most people. And then I've had that before. It's like you kind of have to find that way of what might work. And sometimes you might have blocks or something like that, sure, but we can release them. And as far as releasing blocks, it's a lot easier than you think to release blocks. Sometimes we just have to release the idea of having a block, Sometimes just saying I have a block like makes a block. If you just say, I used to have a block and now it's fantastic, doing great, that's going to start happening. You'll see that in your life. It's amazing how that works. So what do I do in my class? Well, first of all, I'm going to make sure that everyone's actually trans-channeling. I'm going to walk you through it. I'm going to give you a demo. I'm going to teach you how, but I'm going to make sure you're actually doing it. And there's no place that I can't get like a tip for you that helps just for you. And it's just, I'm going to ask your spirit guides, and I'm going to be truthful. If you're not really trans-channeling or you need to go deeper, I'm going to help you do that. And so don't worry. I'm not going to fake you out or say, oh, you're doing it when you're not, because how could that possibly help you? And I'm going to make sure that you understand like discernment. We talk about that. And I tune my students to each one of their guides, which I think is really helpful. If you've ever done any of my meditations, which a lot of them are free in that spirit guide, my free spirit guide. Ooh, where's my banners? I have a free spirit guide, get to know me, like whole group freebie. And if you do that, you'll see that I often attune you to the guide beforehand, before we do the meditation, and that makes a big difference. And if you ever come to one of my channeling classes that I do every month, which are really low cost and free for tag, you'll see that I always attune you. And even if the meditation doesn't work, we work afterwards. So that can really show you if my technique works. For just $33 if you're in my group, 5D Daily, because there's a 40% off coupon, or just $55 if you're not, or free if you're in tag. So I tune you to your guides, and that really helps them. And inside the meditation, I have them bring healing, connective light codes, things like that. Like we really go deep. You also learn trance healing, relay healing, protective symbols, channeled writing, divination, light path guidance, and other kinds of channeling too. And my goal is that you don't just do it in class, but that you do it outside of class. So I help you build the kind of protection you need at each level as well. And I also connect it with TAG. So what's TAG? TAG Lightworkers is my monthly group, and that is so much support. And so that really helps you. So like if you're in the tag trance class and you bring through, let's say Syrian, let's say you bring through a Syrian being and you're like, what's Sirius? I don't know anything about the planet Sirius or anything like that on there. Then you can go to tag and just watch the whole program on Sirius, or like Pleiadian, like if you have a Pleiadian being, you can look up Pleiades, or you have an angelic being, you can go attune to angels and learn more about angels, and probably even the angel that you brought forth is in there, so there's so much support in tag. And then of course tag helps you stay on your spiritual path, because we have lives all week and things like that, and there's so much in the library that can help and expand all kinds of things. So like if your guide comes through and says, Rachel, you really need to work on your self-love, well, great, there's a program on that. There's 10 programs on that. So tag's just a full library of lightworker courses and a mystery school on understanding spirit in yourself, and there's all kinds of ascension guides in there. They help you heal deeply, expand, up level, grow your skills. This is included in the beginners 50% off sale that I have. And then there's mini sessions all week. So, and there's also lots of extra practice opportunities in tag. So that helps too for the dedicated student to practice more, to have more safe places to practice. And I teach you how to do it safely. So if you can, there are 3 things that you have to be able to do to take the class if you're interested. please reach out to me so we can make sure, you know. And one is like that you can visualize or receive any kind of information in the meditation. Try one of mine where I connect you to the being first. And this can sometimes be like, you don't have to see them at all. It could be that you received green and you had the feeling it was an elf. Like that is enough. Or you just, I'll be like, you'd be surprised. If you don't think you can do that, you should come to one of my low-cost channeling classes and I'll show you. And the other thing is a Reiki 1 certification, but if you don't have that and you wanted to take advantage of my Black Friday deal, then you can grab Reiki 1 for 20% off when you check out, and we'll have you, you know, get that done in December during your first month. So, and the other thing I check is that Spirit says you're ready and safe to do it. So I'm really want to make sure I have 100% success with all my students. So I make sure that Spirit says you're ready and you can do it, so that you're not frustrated or anything like that. And if you're not, I'll just get whatever it is that you need to learn. Usually most people just join tag, start doing the attunements and the clair opening and the meditations in there, and just in a few months they're ready. So that's another thing with my beginner package. If you wanted to buy both packages, you have 6 months to get ready for tag trance. And if not, we can just transfer that money to like a super amazing deal for sessions or more tag or something like that. So it's a really great deal. If you want to check out my Black Friday specials, that's what they are. I really do think that trance channeling is the leading edge tool for higher dimensional healers. If you have a whole bunch of certifications and you just want to know how to put them together, but you're not sure you're ready for trance or anything like that, just reach out to me. I'm happy to help you do that in a session. That's what I do. Help you find what your modality is. Like, what is it? And help you do that. Hey, Julie. Thank you, Kathy. That's very nice. Kathy says, I'm a gentle, fun teacher who just cares on a deep level for the success of her people and students. Oh, thank you. Each class is well developed and I've learned so much since I met Rachel. Oh, thank you. Kathy's been coming to the channeling classes and you can learn a lot in those classes. Hi, Erin. Hi, Julie, Jessica, Connie, Emily, Tammy. Hello. Hi, Julie. Another Julie, Katie, Pamela, Catherine, Janita. Well, thank you guys for coming. Did you have any questions about trance channeling, or you want to learn something or something I said, pose a question, then I'd be happy to answer. I have just talked so fast. It's only been 24 minutes. So I'm happy to answer any questions like, do you have questions about trance channeling? Oh, you know what? I forgot. I'm going to trance channel Alpar-a-be-am. So let me trance channel him. He says I have to drink water. And then if you have questions, I want to answer them. So just pop them in, okay? Or you can always send me a direct message or whatever if you want. On Facebook's the easiest way. I also see them on Instagram eventually. And I have a little chat box on my back. So I have two sites. I have soundwaveseal.com and then learn.soundwaveseal.com. That's where all the videos are. And on learn.soundwaveseal.com, there's a little chat box and you can send me a message there too. Okay, so Alpar-a-be-am is a blue avian being. He's my partner guide. This is the guide that I trance channel the most. Partner guide is something that we do in the 3rd level of trance channeling, which is in my signature course, accelerated channeling mediumship. So Alpar-a-be-am says that we call them blue avians, but they're really the Kir. So that's why it says blue Avian Kir. And he's in the 8th dimension. He's also in what we would call, he always says this, what we would call spaceship and what he calls another plane right outside of the Earth. So I think that, you know, I think they're sort of cloaked because they're in a higher dimension there. And everybody on that ship or plane is a starseed helper for people on Earth. So Alpar and I work together. I help people connect to their starseed helpers and their guides and partner guides, and then he helps them connect to their humans. So we have a lot of guides and helpers in this life. Okay, let me bring through Alpar. Trance channeling a lot of people today. I am well met here today. Thank you for taking the time to listen to me and for being here. I sense many of you are on a quest for your best self. And that's very important, to honor your feelings of what you wish for in this life and to know that it can be achieved. It may not look exactly how you pictured it. And that's the fun of your light path. It may be completely different. And that's wonderful, and will also show you even greater pleasure than the one that you envisioned. We are looking out for you, helping you with ascension. We, your starseed guides and helpers, want to connect to you and help you navigate through this world in many ways. And we hope that you can find what you're looking for, the kind of help that you're looking for. Ask your own spirit guides and angels to guide you to the right mentor for you and to show you plainly what it is that can help you most. That is what I suggest for you. There are many ways to come to where you're expecting to go, and you may be more than halfway there already. And all you need is someone to help you see how you are much further on your path than you believe. So yeah, he's right. You may be way farther than you think you are. And that, I do see that a lot. That's why I say, if you have a lot of certifications and you don't use them, that you should reach out to me, because, I can help, especially in session, of course. I'll help you in a session. Connie has a question. Is the Reiki classes recordings or live classes, and what happens during a Reiki attunement? So my Reiki courses, Psychic Reiki Healing, my guides ask me to do it this way. There's a class, which is a video class, and the attunement is live. Always make sure that when you get Reiki attuned, that your attunement is one-to-one only and live. Otherwise, it won't be as strong. So, and it may not even work. So that is what I recommend. So the Reiki classes, it's a class, you go through the things, and I make them for ADHD because I am so ADHD. So don't worry, they're like short, or you can do the whole thing in an hour and a half. I've taught Reiki live for so many years that I was able to condense it into like a shorter video. And it's like this, where I'm, just me looking at you. You're looking at me. So I tried to bring some Reiki and sound healing in it to really make it feel personal. And then during the Reiki attunement, I will attune you in the Usui way. So Zoom, or if you live locally, I can do it local, one-to-one. We come on Zoom, and you close your eyes. I guide you through it, and then I attune you. I use Reiki and a little bit of, little traveling to get there. I show you how I do it. And I do some extra things too that I also teach to make the attunement a little stronger. And you become attuned to a higher vibration. That's why I recommend Reiki 1. I think everyone needs Reiki 1 for ascension. And when you're attuned to that higher vibration, Reiki 1 helps you do so much self-healing. And that's really your first, beginner. And that's how you can just really raise your vibration. And if you're a beginner, that Reiki 1 program is great for beginners. Teaches about chakras and all kinds of different things. You get a manual, you get a book. There's a lot to learn there, and it can really help you just really understand a whole lot. And I include a whole bunch of extra understanding, include extra classes, even an abundance class to help you. And I just think it's really important. So Pamela's question is, so much your offer, I'm overwhelmed. Yes, a beginner should begin with Reiki and proceed from there. So I do have a video on my page, which says, one of my pages, which talks about like, where do I start? Where do I start with Rachel? There's 2 places you can start. One is just a mini session, or a regular session. Just start with something like that. We can talk about what is best for you, but Reiki 1 is a great place to start. Always start with Reiki 1. Now the beginner package gives you all the beginner stuff that you can do to really, really, really catapult you forward. Tag Lightworkers is a wonderful place for beginners. There's a whole beginner program in there. It's 12 programs in there that you can go through. And then there's what we're doing right now. And then there's the mini sessions, and I can teach you how to go through it. I'll do a discovery call. A onboarding call when you join, and I'll tell you the best way to do it for you. So yeah, a beginner should begin with Reiki, or try my 50% off beginners package, because that is something that can really help you. You pay it all at once, but when you go on there, it should give you the option to use Affirm if you want to pay monthly on your end. So I just really felt like I wanted to give a big package, as like for 50% off, as much as I could, just to help enough people like really grab this path. We got to grab this path. Reiki 1's the best place to start, always. A mini session's always a great place to start. What do I need to know for my spirit guides? What, where should I start? Anything like that. Anybody else have a question? Thank you so much for coming. I appreciate you guys listening to me talking. I feel like I've been talking to you guys for 2.5 hours between all the lives I've done today. Yeah, so a lot of my classes are advanced, and so you just need to start with number 1. Oh, thank you. I want to help. And you can buy both. Like I said, you have 6 months to qualify for the trans-channel mediumship course anytime in that first 6 months. And so you can check them all out. And then, I have these wait lists. So if you join the wait list, you'll get reminders and you get early access. So that means you don't have to like do it on Black Friday. You can just like take a nap. It's my plan. So on Wednesday night, you'll get access, and the first 5 people to buy the beginner's package get a free mini session. The first 10 people to buy the trans-channeling mediumship course get a free 30-minute session. And you can buy both and win both. So I'm happy to help. And yeah, I just think Reiki is really important. And also the beginner's course includes light language, which is a really great way to learn channeling. It's a very easy way to channel, really fun. And it is a video class, but it's not too long. And that's like how I start the Accelerated Channeling Mastery course that I teach. Accelerated Channeling Mastery is my signature course. It's actually 12 months, because we have 22 weeks of sessions where we go through almost all of my classes. And then there's like an internship. There's one-to-one coaching and internship with tag team, so that you can really like expand. So for those who are really serious about doing this as a career and learning all of everything and learning all the things that I teach, that's how I do it. So yeah, it's ADHD friendly for sure, Connie, because I've got the serious ADHD. So you could just do like a few little bit at a time and then take a break, or you could just be like, hyper focus. I'm going to do this 1.5-hour thing and I'll be done. And I'll probably check in on you too. Like, how's it going with the Reiki course? Are you done yet? Do you need help? And I have a Reiki group on Facebook too, so you can find people to practice with and things like that. So, okay. And I help light workers channel and mentor. I'm Rachel Chamness at soundwavesheal.com. I am a shamanic channel and mentor, and I help light workers connect more deeply with their psychic senses to open them further and to communicate with beings of high light. Your spirit guides, your angels, your fae, all kinds of beings, trans-channeling their healing, trans-channeling their light and their messages. So I really believe that healing and messages go together. Okay, looks like we're totally live everywhere. So hi Danielle, hi Joanne, Courtney, Shauna, Jean. Today I wanted to do an abundance healing. So if you know about my Tag Lightworkers membership, the November and December we're working with Angels of Abundance. And I have a lot of abundance programs, of course, inside Tag Lightworkers. It's a huge library. And I thought it's time to do another abundance healing. So for today, and now here's everyone, hi. So for today, I think what we should do is, if you have them, bring forth your checkbooks and your, does anyone still have these? I still have to write checks for some things. And your wallet, your credit cards, whatever you got, bring them forth. Or bring them forth in your mind. Play this again later with them forth, okay? And your bank accounts, how are you going to do that? So if you don't have like a bank register, then, just think about it. Just imagine they're all ahead of you. So I'll give you a minute to think about bank accounts. Do you have more than one? Do you have a savings account? Do you have like maybe a place like a money market account, or like a savings for your child, college savings? Let's think about all of them. Just think about them once, all of them, and then think about your wallet, all the cards inside your wallet, the money inside your wallet. And if there's anywhere else that you keep money, like maybe you have crypto, or maybe you have like a wall safe full of cash. If so, of course, don't let us know in the comments, but I just like to think of that. Lots of people have cash stuffed in their walls. That's hilarious. So if any place that you have a flow of money, if you want to think about a flow of money for someone that you have to take care of, for instance, like if you have to take care of your dad, or you have to pay for someone, like for your kid, definitely you want to think about their accounts and money markets, or whatever you got, their wallets. You can think about, so I would say anyone that you is in your tax return or is in your immediate family that you have to pay for them. You'll think about those things too. So, okay, you got it in your mind? You're all ready? Okay, well, let's begin. I'm going to be using liquid Reiki shamanic healing for this. So, let's get started. I'm also going to be using quantum codes. These are also known as light language numbers. And so there'll be numbers. If you feel like you want to repeat one, you can, but you can just listen and accept. And here we go. So take a deep breath, and what you're going to want to do is just open your mind, open your heart to receive these quantum codes for money flow, to receive a clearing for yourself, for abundance, and for your wallet, and for your bank accounts, your cards, and all places that you keep money and flow money through. If you are a practitioner and you want to also run Reiki for clearing for your wallet, especially, this part's like mainly for your wallet, something that we use all the time, or if you use more than anything your phone for paying for things like PayPal, Venmo, and stuff. So we're going to think about those accounts too, and just imagine them just being cleared. I'm actually smelling lemon, so let's think about a good lemon oil. That's a good clearing thing, right? And then of course I'm bringing in higher dimensional beings. I've got angels here, guides, just clearing that out, renewing, like clearing out all old, bringing in all new feelings about money. We're gonna leave our old feelings about money behind and step into a new reality of abundance and free-flowing finances, okay? And we have to open and accept, know that we're worthy. Money is just energy, and it doesn't make you anything. Lots of people with lots of money do very good things, and lots of poor people do very bad things. And money is only energy and doesn't make you any kind of person. You're just yourself, whether you have lots of money or a little bit of money. So you want that lots of money, because just think of all the people you can help with it, right? This is still the clearing part. All right, and now Kathy has a good idea here. She's saying, "I manifest abundance and feel grateful for your wisdom, Rachel." Thank you, Kathy. Let's feel grateful for a moment. Everyone come into a spot of gratefulness for everything that you have, that you're safe now, right now in this moment. Everything is good and safe and great, or at least, anything that you're worried about hasn't happened yet. It's in the future, so no reason to worry about it. You're safe and protected, and if there's a worry about, something basic today, like bills, food, or something like that, but no, you will be taken care of, just like you have been taken care of in the past. If it's something like that. Okay. Now we're going to bring in the codes and the healing for all of these things that flow your cash so that we can widen the flow and receive more for more personal relief and help for others. 985 1818 4274 1989 4041 1000 light codes. I see galactic helpers, Lyrans coming here. Integrating these light codes, taking deep breaths and imagining them going into the core of your DNA. Asking for, we're going to bring in codes and numbers for surprising money or wealth or flow from surprising sources. You don't have to think about where it's going to come from. 1710, 108, 789 1234, 154 896, 7777. These are alien numbers. You can think of them more as codes if you want. Now I'm going to go through some angel abundance numbers for you. 942, 181, 942. So it's actually 942,181. Oh, wait, is that million? Okay, wait. 942, 181, 942. Doesn't matter how we say it. 331, 29, 521, 9999, 808, 612, 679, 725, 714, take deep breaths, 58, 613, 679, 556, Unicas. All right, here's some switch words. Poverty cancel, count divine, 818. Here's some Reiki symbols. Now say, I'm open and I accept. I am worthy and I accept all flow in my life, money and otherwise. Money shows me where I am flowing and abundant and is only an energy. You didn't have to repeat all that. Just accept all these things. I am abundant. I am loved by the universe. The universe looks out for me. I am worthy of all. Good things come to me. That's all they want to give me. I accept, I accept, I accept. Are you having any thoughts or feelings that are coming up right now that you'd like to release? If so, put them in the comments and I'll help. ya. Monaniya tiatsu yamanana. 4444 89 41 6 78 19 443 998. All right, I hear blocks about money are my thoughts. Okay, so releasing these blocks, they are now in the past. We speak of them in the past and we bring in the release of that. That might show itself to you as things coming up to be released. If you get things that are coming up, you want to use shadow work to release them, such as acceptance. So if you feel whatever you're feeling right now, if it's negative, you can say, I accept that I feel that I may have blocks and this might not work. You know, I accept that I'm feeling this feeling of stuck or stagnation. I accept that. That's just what's happening. I just feel that. That's okay. All right, now I feel it releasing. I love and accept myself totally. Ho'oponopono. I love you. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Thank you. Releasing fear, forgiveness of yourself for poor decisions, releasing shame, releasing confusion, okay? And not concerned about money to live, but to pay back debts. I actually did a whole lot of debt release already. So here's a good one for that. It's poverty, cancel, count, divine. This is, here, I'll write it in here. Poverty, this is a switch word. Cancel, count, divine. And you can say that. Poverty, cancel, count, divine. Poverty, cancel, count, divine. Poverty, cancel, count, divine. Hanging on to things that no longer serve me. Okay, let's clear that. Just watch them flying away from you, going into the past as you accept new energy codes, all these codes that I've called in, being soaked into the body and everything that we're releasing in our past. Clearing debts, understanding that there's nothing to be ashamed of, how we manage our money, whatever we've done wrong, we are stuck in a slavery money system and we're doing the best that we can and soon it will be cleared anyway. So let's release it, know that everything happens for a reason. Yes, scarcity mindset, clearing the scarcity mindset. Dupree says, what does this mean? Poverty, cancel, count, divine. These are, switch words are a type of affirmation that doesn't activate any thoughts, so you don't create any blocks for it. So you just say the words and they help you. Poverty, cancel, count, divine helps you release debts and bring in money. And there's a blog post on it on my website, and I used to talk about it all the time, so you can probably find some things about it all over my website and YouTube at Soundwaves Heal. Poverty, cancel, count, divine. And that can help clear scarcity mindset as well. All right, let's release anything that feels like a block or feeling stuck or traumatic, fear, confusion. One more time, we're going through these. Scarcity mindset, what no longer serves us, debts, and blocks. Let's wrap that all up in a visual and we'll Reiki it, wrap it in gold, orange, and green light, demolish it, have the angels take it away to be transformed, and in its place we bring in this beautiful, abundant light, bringing us everything that's for our highest and greatest good of all, for us and all others, helping us walk our path. Let's give gratefulness for the problems of abundance that we had. All those things I said, scarcity mindset, all those things have taught us how far we've come, right? So we'll release it and allow the lessons to be in the past and the abundance to be in the now. Hayagati ammananahu ayananahe apapayanaye. Okay, deep breath. release? Do you feel abundant yet? Be sure to use the law of attraction, speaking of all problems in the past, asking to see a sign of how it has transformed for you today. Today we asked for a sign. I want to see how many people see lots of great numbers later, especially 444 or 555. I want to know if you see 818. I want to know if you see anything that feels like a sign to show you that you're on your most abundant path, and feel the feeling of what it feels like to have discovered that all is abundant. And I know that we have many blocks, can't all be cleared in 17 minutes. However, every little bit helps. Listen again and again, or do something that helps you truly release it, maybe a private session or whatever will help you to release all the things. But this should really help. So ask for a sign, look for the sign. Okay, 818's an abundant number. Mary, that's one of the abundance numbers. Okay, I hope this helps you all, and know that we are going into a more abundant place. We are, because that's probably the next part of ascension. Not probably. They show me that getting off this money train, this money slavery system, is like a thing that's part of abundance, and it feels like it's getting closer and closer. So let's just know that we can be abundant. Look at all the things that you are abundant in. Perhaps love, perhaps it's as simple as I have clean water, so much of it. I have beautiful, so much grass. I have to go mow it, but I can go stand in it. I have so much love. I have so much good thoughts. I have so many places where I feel welcome. Whatever it is, where are you abundant? Think and be grateful of those things that will bring more. Okay? All right. Thank you all for coming. How are you today? I am Rachel Chamness at Sound Waves Heal. Welcome to my channel, and thank you for being here. I'm also going live now in 5D Daily Spiritual Healers in Higher Dimensions, which up here, this is my Facebook group. Today, I wanted to talk about breaking the cycle of attachment. So this is not about how to remove an attachment, because that's what I teach in a higher level psychic Reiki healing course. But if you're already doing this work and your clients are having trouble releasing it, or you're having trouble with constant interference and shadow work and entities, then I want to talk about that, because it's important. Because first of all, it's not normal to have them all the time, but there's probably a few things that you might be doing that could be part of the problem. Welcome to 5D Channels and Chats with Rachel Chamness. As a shamanic channel and mentor, I'll be sharing wisdom and healing from higher dimensions through channeling beings of light. You will also hear liquid Reiki shamanic sound healing, channels between intuitives, and discussion on higher dimensional healing and channeling. You'll find links and more in the show notes, so be sure to check them. You can find me at soundwavesheal.com and my Facebook group, 5D Daily Spiritual Healers in Higher Dimensions. Today's podcast comes from my Facebook group, 5D Daily Spiritual Healers in Higher Dimensions, where I come on live every Thursday. Let's talk about entities and attachments. If you don't know what this is, then this is when you get some lower vibrational something stuck into your field, and it causes you to not be yourself. And it can be a real problem. And this is the kind of thing that people fear if they're going to do some sort of like trance channeling or channeling. How will I know if it's a high vibrational being or low vibrational being? Hopefully, when you take a course, you will learn that. There is a way to tell. One thing you can do is if you have a live course with a trusted person, like the way that I teach trance channeling, you're going to see what is right over and over again, and you'll be able to recognize it as well. Okay, so if you have clients who have difficulty releasing attachments, or you're finding that you just keep getting attachments over and over, entities in the field, if you don't know what that is, I have a blog post about entities in the field, what are entities, that sort of thing. But we're talking about, people call them demons or shadow or whatever. They could be things that you've created with your own emotions, or they could be something you picked up from someone. You could get them from like portals in your home or low vibrational, all kinds of things. First, I just want to say it's totally normal for this to happen. It's okay if it happens. If it keeps happening over and over, and it's like you're clear, but then 10 minutes later you're not, like a professional, a really good professional clears you, the next day they're back, That's not normal. If you get one every couple of weeks because you do a lot of work on people or you go through a lot of places, then that's more of a sign that you need to upgrade your field and do some inner work. You might need to do some shadow work. You might just need to upgrade all your security, which is like a thing, you know? So you should always be upgrading it. Reiki is a great way to upgrade your whole security field and your protection. And that's a really important component of what I teach in trance channeling and channeling. And it is also just really important in general. So when you learn channeling, when you learn trance channeling, when you learn Reiki and all of that, when I teach higher levels of trance channeling, I teach higher levels of protection too. Do we need protection? No, we don't need protection as long as you are really, really good at releasing emotions. Now, if you're human, that might not be the case. Now, if you're a really, really advanced learner, then you're likely never going to get attachments or hardly ever because you understand about how to get them. So let's talk about this. Sometimes it can just signal change in your field. You need to upgrade protections and systems or adjust to a new frequency if you're getting them more often than normal. That's a thing that happens. That happened to me back in 2020, and I had to learn how to overcome it. And now I teach everything that I learned too. So how do you break the cycle? Okay, so first let's talk what causes attachments. First of all, emotions cause attachments and other things in the field. When you have an emotion that's stuck in your field, that allows other things to get stuck in your field. When you remove that emotion, then that thing cannot be stuck in your field anymore. So sometimes it's just basic releasing emotions that gets rid of them. Of course, a Reiki master practitioner should know how to release attachments. I do teach it in my Psychic Reiki Healing Master Teacher course, which teaches you every way to release attachments. But what keeps it in there is the emotion. Sometimes if you can find out why it's happening, then you can release it just by understanding. So sometimes they won't leave until they have given you the message and you truly understand it. So sometimes if a practitioner is releasing all these entities but not telling you why you have them, then of course you're going to get them back because you haven't learned the lesson. Why would your spirit guides let you get attachments? Because you need to learn something. Maybe the lesson is you have to change your field and upgrade or ground deeper. Maybe you need to adjust to a new frequency. Maybe you need a higher level of protection, like a higher level of Reiki or something like that. Or maybe you need a spiritual session. How many times do I get people who come in for an emergency session for healing and clearing because they have an attachment they can't get rid of? And then I clear it, but the reason it was there opens up this whole thing that just needs to be healed and cleared, and they get a message that changes everything. And they wouldn't have done that if they didn't have to get that lesson. Sometimes have to get that session. Sometimes people, their spirit guides force them to get a session because they need to know something by giving them something that they just can't get out of the field. That happens all the time. So whenever someone gets a session and then they're like, oh, I don't need it anymore, whatever happened, then I'm like, yes, you do. Why would your spirit guides tell you to get this session or force you into it? Then you did it, and then 5 minutes later you don't need it anymore. It's because you needed the session for another reason. All right, but that's a whole other thing. So emotions that cause attachments are any lower vibrational emotions: fear, rage, revenge, hatred of all kinds. Even if you hate the bad guys, that's still hatred. Even if you get all worked up about that, that's gonna lower your vibration. You have to work through your emotions instead. And of course, I have a wonderful resource for that. It is free. I give a lot of free stuff because I really want to help you guys in every way, no matter how much money you have. Shadow work. This is the blog post, but you can go to my blog, soundwavesheal.com/blog, and just search shadow work or just search shadow. So yes, you have to do shadow work with a spiritual helper maybe. We all need each other. Light workers need each other. Okay. What else causes attachment? Pharma. Do you take medication? Do you take serious medications? Do you take pain medications? Do you use a lot of pharmaceuticals, legal or illegal? And how do you use them? I understand people like to use cannabis. Are you using it to escape something? You know what I mean? I don't let anybody use anything when they take my class. I have to really ask Spirit a lot of questions if they take anything that could lower their vibration. It's very hard. If you have constant pain and you're taking some sort of opiate, then you really can't do that and take higher levels of shamanic work or channeling, because that's going to keep you from being clear. And taking any kind of pharmaceutical, anything can give you all kinds of psychic implants and psychic attachments. That's a big problem. And I work with people to help get them off, even if it's something that they have to take. And for some people, some of them are okay. It depends. I really have to dig deep to make sure it's okay before I let them in a really higher level class, because it's just for their own safety. Another thing is protection. I mean, how much protection do you have? Are you trying to channel, but you don't have any basic protection? You're not Reiki 1, that can cause things to come into the field too. And again, emotions. Another thing is ego. So here's a big thing about ego. You really have to come to a place where you understand first that you are part of God. You are part of the one. You're part of source. Everyone is an important and beautiful part of source. Even the bad guys. They are too. You know what I mean? They are too. And just because you've stepped into your gifts doesn't mean that you're suddenly important. It doesn't mean that, now people are going to respect you, or now you're going to do something so amazing, or, all that stuff. That's how entities get you too. And that's how they trick you. You have to be really clear that you're just a channel. You're not suddenly more important or more respected. It's only that self-love and understanding spiritual concepts of who we are that can really help you step outside of your ego and understand that you're just a channel. You're just doing this, and anybody can do it. Anybody can do it who has the heart and who can get themselves to a place where they can stay very clear. Yeah, and Mel says, the irony is I'm on anxiety meds because the entity attachment. Oh, yeah. See, sometimes people are on all kinds of medications, not because they're really, having a problem with bipolar or anxiety, but because they're an empath or they're psychic. They don't know who they're hearing and who's real and who's not, or whose emotions are whose. And so that's another thing that needs to be worked out before you can do these higher levels. More about the ego is that things like false guides can get you. And if you're not savvy enough to be like, hey, this isn't real, a spirit guide wouldn't say that. They wouldn't be bugging me to go find my true love. Anything about a twin flame no. If you have a spirit guide talking about a twin flame, you need to look at that a little more closely, because twin flames, they're not always like something that's great here. And it can often be a false thing from an entity. So be really careful about that. A false spirit guide. What are they saying? Are they building you up, or are they bugging you about something weird? Be careful with that. But you can see that. I had this happen to one of my students. They got a false guide and they recognized it. They knew something was wrong. Something is wrong. They reached out to me, and then they reached out to another student, and they worked together and they released it. And that's another thing, because what do you do when you have an entity? You can remove it yourself if you have modalities like psychic Reiki healing, or if you have those modalities and you have classmates and other people that you work with, you can just barter, because it's easier for someone else to remove that entity than you to do it. So if you know an advanced practitioner friend who understands that you can't just remove it, you have to find out why they're there, and you have to get the lesson. That's the most important thing. You've got to know that. This is the one thing I need you to take home with you. You've got to get the lesson. You have to find out why it's there. If you do not find out why it's there, you will get another one of the same kind almost immediately. That is the main thing. You've got to know why it's there. Yeah. I see your questions. Let me go. I have so much more to say. So let me say it a little more. We're going to go a little long today. Okay. So you can remove it yourself. You can have a session with someone who understands that, or you can have an advanced practitioner friend to barter with. Okay. And what's the root cause? You got to know. What is the root cause? You can ask the entity. For those of you who are master practitioners, master teachers, or whatever you use that's a master level, you say, why are you here? What are you here for? So I used to remove attachments and entities totally like the opposite of everything I'm saying here. I'd be like, F you, get out of my client. You're the worst thing. Get out of here. I'm transmuting you. Like, don't even look at me, And then one day I had a beautiful client who brought through this beautiful channel that we're not supposed to do that. We're supposed to transmute with love. And it really touched me. It really did. And I have chills just talking about it. I learned so much from my clients too. And I changed it. And I started saying, hey, It's time for you to go. You have to go. And then I learned you got to ask them. So I said, hey, why are you here? And they will tell you. And then they'll go so easily. It's amazing. I had a client once who was completely taken over. She was not even talking. It was the entity talking through her to me. It was the worst possible thing that can possibly happen to someone. But she was safe because she was with me. But and she was already a high level practitioner, so she allowed herself to have it removed, and that's where it came through the worst. And it started talking to me, and then finally I was just like, why are you here? And it told me why, and then it just went after I had, done so many things. And I was able to bring it to the other side to be transmuted. You're always transmuting everything. You're not sending it back to the sender. You're transmuting. It's important. And that's other things that we learn during all this time. Okay, so pharmaceuticals, spiraling, anytime you're spiraling, that your vibration's getting lower and lower, stop and do some shadow work. Stop that. Use the switch word, stop. That's a switch word that will help stop the spiraling. You can learn more about switch words on my blog. It's just like a affirmation word. And try, what am I feeling? What do I need to do? Get your pendulum out. To use a pendulum, you should have some sort of way to talk to your spirit guides and helpers. What am I feeling? And then do the shadow work for that. Ho'oponopono, I release that emotion. Can you release that emotion from me? Spirit guides and helpers, you're going to go through all that. I teach all those things, of course, in Tag Light Workers and in my courses. But things like that. When you remove it from someone else, you got to ask why. And, where is ego involved? There might be some homework for the client or for you, if it's you that's having the problem. You've got to find out what's causing it. Is it ego? Is it emotions? Is it something that you just really need to release that you've held on to for a long time? We have to be releasing all this stuff now if we're going to go to 5D. Sometimes it's 4D interference. Let's talk about this for a minute. The fourth dimensional creatures which rule the corporations and the world, yeah, they're there. They have a purpose. Okay? And I don't want to say, oh, you're a bright light, so they're all attracted to you. But, a little bit it's true, but it doesn't have to be. Please don't say those things. Because one of the big things about this is negative law of attraction. What are you saying? Are you saying in the present tense about having blocks, having problems? If you're talking about that stuff, that's going to repeat. Every time you say it, it's like, oh, she's having the feeling of having this problem. Let's give that problem to her. Oh, she's having this feeling of gratitude that she doesn't have that problem anymore, even if it's not true. And the universe says, let's give her more of that gratitude for not having that problem. See, what's inside is what you're attracting. So it doesn't mean to shadow ban your thoughts. It doesn't mean anything like that. It just means you've got to work through your thoughts with shadow work so you can get to the other side. So 4D interference is a thing. You can learn to send them away. If you're Reiki 2, Reiki master teacher, that will definitely help you do that. Yeah. Ashley says, love is the most potent approach you can use with entities. It's not the easiest, but it's the most powerful. I find it even to be easier many times. Yeah, it is very powerful. And of course, she's a master teacher, psychic Reiki healing student. So you know what's up, Ashley. So law of attraction, negative words, what you're thinking. We talked about that. Okay, let's talk a little bit about Ouija boards, vows and contracts needing to be revoked and removed in all planes and dimensions. If you've ever used a Ouija board, go find that sucker and burn it. You don't want to use anything like that. I don't recommend that you just willy-nilly use anything to get on a higher plane, any kind of substance. If you want to do a journey with an experienced shaman, I guess that's different, but make sure someone checks your auric field afterwards. And don't do it on the regular. You can do all of this. You can get as high as you want with just energy and your own ability. Anybody can with meditation. You don't need all that. And unfortunately, it's so easy to use it to escape, then it's a problem. Anything can be used as an escape. It doesn't even have to be alcohol or pharmaceuticals or whatever substances. It can be sugar or sex, or it can be anything. So you need to find the root cause, ask the entity, understand what happened, what's the lesson. That's how you stop people from the cycle. And there's other things too. And that is, don't talk about the session. Let it go. If you had just had a session and all this stuff was revealed, oh my gosh, they removed this and this, And then there was this specific thing, and there was this past life, and you've got this like list of all the things. You're like, oh my God, look at this list. I can't believe I had all this. And then you're like telling your friends, oh my gosh, what are you feeling right now? You're feeling all this negative stuff, and you're calling it back. I've had to tell people who were constantly calling back the same thing over and over again, went to so many healers. That was the problem, that they were just talking and bringing it back. It does not matter what the entity is. It does not matter what it is. Knowing what it is like knowing every detail of your past life. It keeps you stuck in it. You've got to move past it. We removed it, and this is why, and that's all the information that you need to give your client. That's all the information that you need. Let it go. If someone wants to tell you all the things about, okay, listen and let it go. Don't think about it again. Don't tell your friend. You can say, I got a good clearing and it really made a difference and I feel great. That's a great way to talk about your session. But I had this, oh my gosh, and I had this. And do you know what happened? I had a past life, and I can just imagine it right now while I'm telling you about my past life. Whew, that is not a good idea. That kind of thing does keep people stuck. Now, of course, another thing that keeps people stuck is fear. They're still so fearful because they had this experience, and it really keeps them stuck in that experience. And it can be a poltergeist too. Do you know what a poltergeist is? It's like where you create something out of fear. Now, I see entities created out of fear all the time, or emotions. And poltergeists can move things, and it's very scary. And yet it can be created out of fear. So sometimes, yeah, like Luana says, attaching to the story creates rumination. Yeah, you just have to release it. You have to believe. If you go to a psychic healer and if you go to a psychic healer and they totally clear you and you trust them and they told you why, you got the why, you understand the lesson, you have homework going forward, how to keep yourself clear, how to get away from that, then it's time to let all that go and trust. Okay? Don't be looking for, is it back? Is it back? Because you can create it like that. And sometimes it takes a great deal more. And sometimes, it's not gone because the practitioner doesn't know how to release it correctly, or they don't know how to find the reason or whatever. And maybe there's a portal in your house. Like there might be more, but you have to trust and then be sensible, like stay out of fear. There's just a line there. It's a little bit of a line, like where is it not totally clear, or am I recreating, or is there something that wasn't cleared? And you should go back. Don't be afraid. Go back to your healer and say, hey, look, this is happening. And people come back and tell me things like that, and I'll look into it. Oh, there was a portal. I'm sorry, I didn't see that. Or maybe your session wasn't long enough and I didn't get to it. That's okay. Let's clear it. All right, now it's clear. You're clear. So remember that. Sometimes people are embarrassed to go back. Oh, she's such a nice person. I don't want to tell her it didn't work. You got to go back and tell people, how are all these practitioners going to learn what to do if they're not being told it's not working? And people send me people all the time. It's not working. It's not working. My client, I don't know what to do. Now, sometimes it's just that they're recreating because they're not in a place where they can think clearly and rationally. Sometimes it's beyond your help. And that does happen. I've had clients where I just can't help them because they're just not thinking clearly. Usually it's pharmaceutical interference, lots and lots of medications, like 2 or 3 anxiety medications from different doctors, things like that. I see that. I know that it's probably not something I can help with. And you want to be very open. Okay, this person says this. Let's see if that's happening and make sure it's not in her mind. Like you would never want to be like, oh, that's crazy. Like you want to look and see what's happening here, what's the truth here, and help people see that. And what's not normal is that the entity would be back in a minute, or like 10 minutes, or like the next night, the next day. You should be clear. You shouldn't be having entities constantly. Again, if you're like, every time I go to such and such, I always get an attachment, then that's going to be true now because you're saying that. So again, the things you say, let me see if I went through my whole list and I'll get to questions. And of course, I do teach all this stuff in my psychic Reiki healing courses, and my dimensional channeling course, which is accelerated channeling mastery, which starts in January. After your session is over and you've let it go do something to keep your vibe high, or do shadow work so that you can. And no, that doesn't mean you're never going to get another attachment. You can still get them, but you should be able to clear them, see them immediately, get them cleared immediately. Don't put it off. Don't be like, oh, I have an attachment for the past 2 months. But because they can get really deep, and there can be a point where you can't be helped. I know people who've had attachments for 3 years, I was telling them, you have to release this attachment. And this person didn't want to release it because they were getting some benefit from it. And they didn't want to release it. And now it's too late. And that sucks. You know, you try really hard to help people. You can't help everybody. Okay, ask questions. Let's see. What are the questions? There's a lot here. Okay, Luana says she loves the perspective, the reason for the experience, the lesson. A lot of people are saying so true. Luana says, I used to be so blocked spiritually with prescription meds. Jennifer says, I'm on Zoloft and I'm scheduled for a mediumship course in 2 days. Is that going to interfere? Jennifer, most likely, did your teacher check you for that? Did he or she ask? Did she check with spirit that's going to be okay? Did she give you some work or something like that? I think you might want to do a session or something like that with your teacher and figure that out, or use your own discernment. Ashley says, again, love is the most potent approach you can use with entities. I love that. Okay, and then Jennifer says, I've always thought that poltergeist activity was just unconscious telekinesis. Yeah, that's interesting. You know, usually when you get something, like I said, it is a lesson, and you can go into the emotion and you can begin to release your emotions. If you work on yourself, then that's really going to be where you're going to escape this cycle too. It's working on yourself. Many times when I get people that I feel like I can't help because they're constantly opening new portals, inviting it back, it's like they are really used to this feeling of out of control. And it's like people staying in an abusive marriage. It's what they know, and they're scared of what they don't know. So sometimes it's really hard to help people who just don't know how to get out of that. I've had a client before who would just create all kinds of stuff, and she really didn't have any kind of discernment. And, you know, it came down to, it was almost like an addiction to chaos, because if there's no chaos, then she would have to work on herself, and she'd have to face things and work through them. And like, I have chills right now. That's the most important thing. You have to work on your problems. You can't just ignore them. You can't just throw them out. You have to work on them and then try to find joy. And of course, you're going to get low. And yes, things will get to you, entities, whatever. And then you just have them cleared. It's just that's what we have to do. You don't get more because you're a bright light. You may get more for the interference because of that. You just need to learn how to deal with all that. It's part of being a light worker, is you're always going to be learning more. And like I said in the beginning, if you're getting a lot of things, it could be an up-level challenge where you have to learn. It might mean that your channeling and what you're doing is ahead of your protection, and you need to bring your protection up. And that's why in each level of my trance channeling, I always teach the spiritual protection that goes with what we're learning. And there's a whole thing about, do you need protection? And like I said, it really depends. It depends on your level of vibration all the time. So if you've been a Reiki master for 20 years and you totally know this, and you're in your 50s, 60s, 70s, and you totally got this, then it's going to be harder for entities to get you, because you're going to recognize right away, oh, that's not a normal feeling. I know these principles. I know people who never get attachments and didn't even believe in them. Students of mine who are amazing because they're just too humble to get caught in an ego trap, and they're too protected with 20 years of Reiki master, you know, things like that, or Reiki level 2 even, you know. Reed says, time doesn't heal, healing heals. But it's so true. And it's so funny how often we as people want something so much in our life, or know that we need something like a healing, and then we just put it off. And we say, oh, I'll catch it next time. Oh, I'll do it next month. And you know, spirit will corral you and force you to do this, where things will get so bad that you will have to. And now it's an emergency situation. So an emergency session, you're just getting clear enough, but it's not all the beautiful parts of a normal session where you're getting up leveling and messages from your guides, like beautiful steps to go forward to live your best life in your highest timeline. It's instead, you know, we got to clear all this stuff, and you're now behind. You got to work on this stuff. And so I hope that this is helpful. I just felt like I really need to say all these things today. We really have to stay in the light. And it's not easy in this world to do that, but that's really how you break the cycle. Sometimes if you have a client who just is constantly bringing it back, and they don't have the discernment, and they have some other problems they don't want to deal with, you have to let them go and just say, you need to work on this. You know, if you have a client that only comes for emergency appointments, clear, but never wants to work on themselves, that's kind of a red flag that this person is avoiding things and using emergency problems to keep from having to work on their real stuff. So there's no escape from working on yourself, unfortunately. And those that get farther ahead are those who stay out of their ego, understand they'll always need to work on themselves. You're never fully enlightened, you know, all of that stuff. It's very, very important that you understand that we're always a work in progress. Everyone is the same. No one is better than anyone else. No one is even ahead of anyone else. We're all on our right path, exactly where we're supposed to be, and we're all important in that way. If you're getting some sort of ego trip of like, if I do this, I'm going to be like the best healer, and I'm going to like heal the world, and I'm going to be so important, people are really going to listen to me. You know, you have to think that all the way through. Okay, that's ego. No, I'm just going to help people as I can and do the best that I can for myself and others. Mel says, so if I still have some of the same spirits trying to put fear in me by triggering me, what's the best way to put that to rest? Get a spiritual healing session, more than one likely, because if you've been having that problem for a long time, then you probably need more than one session. I don't mean because the entities won't be gone, but you need a session for clearing, for going forward, and then you'll need a session later for going deeper. Now, between these two sessions, you'll be able to go deeper if you are able to learn the lesson and go and do it, you know, but remember too that we're only human. So let's say you go to get a healing and they're deeply healing you and tell you what's wrong. You're like, okay, I'm going to do it. And then you don't do it perfectly or you fail because you're human. We all do that. And so you go back and they're like, okay, it'll happen again. That's okay. And don't go into shame and blame for yourself. Okay, I'm trying my best. I'm doing the best I can with what I know. And I did pretty well, but then this got me. Okay, so I need to release it. I need to know what else to do, or I need to not put off that Reiki 1 class. And then you go back and they're, okay, well, we're having this problem again. We're going to clear it and we'll do more up leveling. You know, each one will help you. If you have this problem for 30 years, one session is not going to clear it. It's going to help a whole lot and get you going. But it's kind of like therapy. You don't just go once. You know, you got to go maybe spiritual upkeep, maybe every 6 weeks or maybe every 3 weeks if you're, you know, you're having a big problem and you're just now working on it. And most people will give you discounts to come more often. I have all kinds of things for that, packages and things, ways to come more often. And that's what you want to do. Or maybe you need something like a monthly membership like I have, like Tag Lightworkers. It has all kinds of clearing things in it, all kinds of weekly help with coaches and like amazing mediums who are great mentors to clear you personally, give you a healing, keep you on track. And then you can go connect all these high vibrational beings of light and you can really work on yourself, keep yourself on track, even if you just have a little bit of time or if you have a lot of time. Maybe you need something like that. Yeah, Ashley says, spiritual superiority is a real thing. Even a 1% shift is a healing. Yes. And Luana says, we're all worthy of higher vibration. That's true. It's very good. Well, hope this is helpful. Welcome to 5D Channels and Chats podcast. Today, I'll be working with a solfeggio tone. It's number 417, and I'll be bringing forth a liquid Reiki shamanic sound healing to help you clear any kind of negative blocks and transmute them, and also to build your light body. So I hope you enjoy it. Welcome to 5D Channels and Chats with Rachel Chamness. As a shamanic channel and mentor, I'll be sharing wisdom and healing from higher dimensions through channeling beings of light. You will also hear liquid Reiki shamanic sound healing, channels between intuitives, and discussion on higher dimensional healing and channeling. You'll find links and more in the show notes, so be sure to check them. You can find me at soundwavesheal.com and my Facebook group, 5D Daily Spiritual Healers in Higher Dimensions. This healing today was recorded in 5D Daily Facebook group, and I hope that you can join us there in Facebook. We'd love to get to know you, and I have a lot of other programs in there as well that are free if you'd like to join. Hi everyone, welcome today. I'm Rachel Chamness at soundwavesheal.com. I'm a shamanic channel and mentor, and I love to help light workers trance channel healing, light messages, and learn all kinds of channeling and connections to all of your spirit guides and all of your beings of light who help you. Today, I wanted to talk about solfeggio frequencies. I'm going to be using the solfeggio tone number 417, and I'll be using this tone to help you release just anything that's negative, because it helps you transmute challenges and transmute in general. So let's do some transmutation with the solfeggio tone 417 today. I'll be using my liquid Reiki shamanic sound healing for helping you do that. So we're going to do some for transmutation and healing to build the light body. I call it liquid Reiki shamanic sound healing. It is a mixture of shamanic and high dimensional realms, channeling beings from higher dimensional realms, using master teacher Reiki and light language, and also mediumship. First, I just want to talk a little bit about solfeggio frequencies. I do have a blog post. It is at my site, soundwaveshill.com/blog. If you want to find it, you can just search solfeggio in the search box, and you can learn a lot about solfeggio frequencies. But I wanted to talk about 417 today because I haven't really talked about it yet. Solfeggio tone 417 helps you transmute changes and challenges. It's associated with the color orange and the sacral chakra. This frequency can remove negative energy from the body or your space, and it can help you release and transform trauma. It is a powerful facilitator of change and transmutation. We are here in this world, in this body, in this human life, because we are learning to transmute. We're learning all kinds of transmutation. We're learning about the law of attraction. We are learning all kinds of different laws and understandings of this world. And one of the things is that we're learning to transmute trauma. So trauma is part of the experience of being a human, and we just can't avoid it. But when trauma happens, when things happen, then we have to say, hey, there's a reason here. There's a lesson for this. What's the lesson that Spirit's trying to teach me so that I can get past it? And that's what we should be doing. So instead of just, not again, we have to say, oh, okay, something's happening here, and I need to figure out what that is so that I can transmute it. And solfeggio tone 417 can help you do that. Now, what are solfeggio frequencies? Solfeggio itself is an Italian word, and these are the original scale of frequencies that were created to promote the healing of the body, mind, and soul. So they're just a well-known healing frequencies. So frequencies can be tones. We'll be using a tuning fork today that's tuned to the tone of 417 hertz, and I'll just give you a little sample. So the scale of solfeggio frequency is created that follows a diatonic scale. And then that's just a type of scale. The C note we know today is 512 hertz, for instance, and the original C from the solfeggio scale has a hertz of 528. So as you may or may not know, our music has a slightly different tuning than it used to be. And that difference might seem small, but it's enough to affect the mind, the body, and the soul in very different ways. So the solfeggio tones are based on the standard Verdi tuning of instruments to 432 hertz. I'm sure you've heard that before, and that promotes peace, harmony, and even slowing of the heart rate. So the original solfeggio scale included 6 ascending tones, but today there are 7. And the syllables used for the scale were taken from a hymn from St. John the Baptist. These tones affect the subconscious mind to promote healing, energetic balance, higher spiritual awareness and connections, and transformation. Each tone has its own frequency and is associated with a specific color and chakra. So you can read more on my website. But today we'll talk about 417. So let's use this 417 to help us bring some transmutation around our life. This is what we're trying to do, right? So let's do it together in the next 15 minutes or so. I'm going to be doing some liquid Reiki shamanic sound healing around this tone for you. So just take a deep breath and relax. All right, that was just a clearing. Now I'm going to start using the tuning fork and doing some healing with it. Can you hear it? Can you hear the tone? So if you have a fork like this, then you can match the tone if you have a musical ear, or you can just sing any tone because sound healing doesn't have to be exact. So you could ring the solfeggio forks. I have a whole set. This came as part of it, 417. And you can just sing any tone, but if you can match it for a little while, that's good too. So you'll notice with sound healing, sometimes it feels a little sharp or even painful for a minute because it's clearing something out. And sometimes even if you're trying to hit the fork softly, it's loud. Sometimes you hit it where you're trying to make it loud and it's soft. Why is that? That's because it is ringing in the way that you need it to for what you're healing, even if you don't know what that is. So don't worry about that. Now, of course, you don't want to be banging the tuning fork, but you definitely want to just ring it and know that whatever's coming from it is exactly what it should be. And I'm just channeling all of this healing from what I see is a really big purple dragon. Yes, Pamela is right. She says, I just pulled that purple dragon for the group before. It did come from my deck, Chardash, the big purple dragon. In my deck, it's a self-employment card. And yes, he just hung around. He was ready to help me with this live as well. If you want to transmute your space, you can also play this on speakers instead of in your ear, which I recommend anyway with all this tuning fork activity. If anything's coming up for you, let's just look at it and say, okay, that's being transformed. Just let it go. Just let it float away like clouds. So we ask that all that we're ready to release, all negativity or all negative emotions, all that is not for our highest and greatest good at this time, to be released at this time, that it is released and transmuted. I am I. Now if we can release all that we don't need, now we're going to invite more light into our body to build our light body for ascension.
Okay, I hope that helped you a great deal. These solfeggio frequencies, they're really strong. I love them. I'd rather have a tuning fork set of solfeggio frequencies than chakra. I just enjoy them so much. And I buy these from Jonathan Goldman. So you can always buy them on his website. I like his tuning forks a great deal. And they're very affordable. So thank you so much. Thank you. I'm glad it helps. And you could listen to it again later, could replay it and bring more light in. Of course, whenever you do any kind of healing with me, you might find it's a lot stronger than you think. So I always recommend that you drink water. Don't worry if you feel tired tomorrow or later. If you just need to rest, listen to your body. Maybe even take a salt bath tonight to help release anything else that's negative emotions that we're trying to release. Of course, we always need to know why we have the emotions, what we can do to change it, but there's always some that we can release because we already know, right? We already know a lot of things that we are working on ourselves for. And so just releasing that and letting it go. And of course, I'm not trying to say that you can't feel negative emotions. Of course you should. And when they come up, it's time to do shadow work and work on it. But you really need to release and understand what your lesson is and stand in the light and find a way to feel joy every day. So if you ever go to my blog page, which is at soundwavesheal.com/blog, first of all, you could search solfeggio in the search box and find this whole page about solfeggio. But you could also search shadow work, and I have a great shadow work blog post that will help you really understand how to work with your shadow work in a way that still brings you joy every day, because we're never done with shadow work. And so working with solfeggio frequencies like 417 can be very, very helpful to help you release. A lot of times we release the emotion, or we understand what needs to be released, but it's not fully released. So sometimes using sound or Reiki or light language or other types of healing can help shake it out too. So I hope that was helpful. Thank you so much for coming today, and I'll be doing and welcome. Today we're talking about normalizing different ways that we receive channeled information from spirit. There are so many ways that you might be receiving information already that is from your spirit guides that you might not even be noticing. And today we'd like to talk about that and normalize it, because everyone is getting information from spirit. Or as a healer and a channel, that you might be receiving more information than you realize for your own clients. You're always receiving information from your own personal spirit guides, and it's really important that you hear it and follow it. Welcome to 5D Channels and Chats with Rachel Chamness. As a shamanic channel and mentor, I'll be sharing wisdom and healing from higher dimensions through channeling beings of light. You will also hear liquid Reiki shamanic sound healing, channels between intuitives, and discussion on higher dimensional healing and channeling. You'll find links and more in the show notes, so be sure to check them. You can find me at soundwavesheal.com and my Facebook group, 5D Daily Spiritual Healers in Higher Dimensions. As you know, I'm a shamanic channel and mentor, and what I do is help other people channel healing, either with light language or my psychic Reiki healing Reiki program, or all of that included with my trance channel mediumship courses, which is in my accelerated advanced channeling program, which I'm actually registering for right now, and you can find that on my website. But what I wanted to talk about is how we're already channeling spirit. We're already here, and spirit is with you always. You're never alone. You have so many spirit guides that are
dedicated just to you, and more, so many spirit guides, more who come and help you when you need it, and they're always there to help you. This has been a really great topic in my 5D daily spiritual healers and higher dimensions, which is my Facebook group. And I just thought this would be a great podcast. So today, let's just go through some of the things that were on the list. We have flashes of a situation or environment, one-word clues, ideas to carry out something that may be relevant to the person you're talking to, or relevant to a person in spirit who's giving you information. That was one of the great comments. Or writing. So this is wonderful, but I really, truly believe that almost every story and every author out there is truly channeling the messages in a story, that the story is being written. If you talk to authors, they often say like the characters kind of take on a whole world of their own, and it kind of flows through them. And as we know, Mozart channeled all of his music. It was channeled through him. He wrote it down without a single error. It was completely perfect. There was no mistakes or scratch outs or anything. He heard the music and he just wrote it down. That was complete channeling. So there's so much channeling in our lives. For us, it could be spirit signs as well, spirit giving you like pictures, or like this person was saying, a one-word clue. You might see it typed out in your brain. You might hear it. You might feel it. You might just keep seeing like a bird over and over again. And that could be a sign. If it's a dove, perhaps that has meaning to you. You see that dove, you think, oh, this is about freedom. That's what doves always mean to me. Or that's about peace. That's what doves mean to me, or a lot of people talked about being in the zone, like really feeling like you're just in the flow, you're in the zone, you're in your own world creating something beautiful, and it's just coming through you so fast that you can barely get it down, or you can barely, tear yourself away from it. It just feels amazing. That zone is often a great place where you're truly channeling at least energy, if not actual information. So you could hear words and messages inside your head. You could see a glimpse of something in your head. You could be reminded of something that happened to you a long time ago, which is relevant to who you're talking to. It could be something that happened to you last night or an hour ago. This happens to me all the time when I'm with a client and I suddenly see or feel or remember something that happened to me that's very similar to what they're going through. And it will depend on you and how you translate it, because how you translate it is how spirit will show it to you again. But to me, it's signaling that there is a similar outcome, or there's a similar something that I did that this client should look into doing, or there's something similar about it that needs to be said. And I can dig into it. Like, what are they showing me? They're showing me the way that I reacted and how that really made a big difference for me. And that's information that they want to give this client. So that's something else that happens to me all the time that people might not realize. Another really interesting clair is clairaudience, or I think there's another word for it too, but where you smell something. So you could actually be smelling something that no one else smells, and that is a psychic sense. So it's very interesting, some of the things that people smell. I can smell a loved one's perfume or cologne or their makeup. I smell my grandmother's powder makeup that she used to wear when she comes to visit me. She is in spirit now. I have a friend and client who smells her brother's stinky feet. That's his sign to show her that he's there with her from spirit. You might smell cigarettes or a cigar to let you know that they're close to you. This is usually a sign of those who have passed away. You might smell other things or taste other things. You might have a taste, clairgustance, where you get a taste and you know that that is connected to something else. For instance, we had someone talk about how they get a certain taste in their mouth when they are working with someone who is sick, if they are definitely at the end of their life. And that's her sign that she knows that is happening. So the biggest part about understanding signs that you're getting is that once you categorize them, once you say this sign means this, now it's like your spirit guides will jump onto that. Now that you have connected it to something, they will show it to you every time, or let you hear it or smell it or sense it, because they know that you will translate it in a certain way. Another thing that spirit guides do all the time is show you something you have just experienced. And a lot of times we will say, oh, well, that just happened, so that's why I'm thinking of it. But no, that just happened because they needed you to truly understand this message when you got here. So for them, time is not a thing. And that happens to me all the time. I watch a video, something, it means something to me, I enjoy it. But then later, much sooner than I would think, I have a client who has something similar. And I'm reminded of that again. And I realize I watched it, not just for me, but for this client. So that happens to me all the time. And you can hear things too, clairaudiently, that you wouldn't expect to be from spirit. Maybe I'll hear a lot of people saying they hear knocks, bells, clicks, or other weird sounds, hearing your name. These can be from spirit. This could be from your spirit guides, or it could be from something negative. It depends how you truly feel without your own prejudice of fear there. When you can release the fear, know that you can't really be hurt in any way that you can't recover from, then you can see how you feel. Is this spirit guide, is this a good feeling, or did it feel scary and creepy? Oh, if you're hearing your name and scary things happening in your house, well, your house might need to be cleared. And that's a very good thing to do. But many times it is your spirit guides, especially the knocking, the bells. That's usually a sign from your spirit guide saying, hey, we're here. We're here and we'd like to get to know you. We're knocking on your door. We're wanting you to know us. We're wanting you to learn who we are. So, if you're hearing that, if you're smelling things, these are all signs you need to figure out what they are. And there are many other ways that you might be receiving information from spirit. What about walking into a room, feeling the tension as a warning, or feeling someone else's anxiety as a warning? As I talk about many times, I like to put empathy or being an empath in a separate category than clairsentience, because I feel like when we turn that empath thought into clairsentience, we can really take control of it. I don't want to think of myself as an empath where I just can't control feeling everyone's feelings. Well, of course not. I want to be in control of that. So I see it as clairsentience. My spirit guides have said this person is anxious, or there's a big fight happening in this room. Now I'm prepared. I accept that information, but I release the emotion. I don't want that emotion to be stuck to me. That's not cool. So I'll just be like, okay, this person's anxious. That's her anxiety, not mine. Or this person has a stomach ache. That's her stomach ache, not mine. So I release it. Thank you for the information. And, that's a really good way to handle that. I talk more about that in Spiritual Boundaries in my free Spirit Guide Masterclass, which you can get on my website. And it comes with a whole bundle of all kinds of wonderful things from TAG, like attunement and many meditations. So I won't get too much more into that there, because you can listen to that. But there are other ways that you can get information. Sometimes you might hear music. Have you ever heard music, especially if you have something on, like a baby monitor or maybe a sound machine, and you start to hear this music? And the music you're hearing, it's like you can't sing it back. It's like you can hear it. You can almost get the tune, but you can't quite. You wouldn't be able to sing it back if I said, hey, sing that tune back to me. And I'm a musician, I spent my whole life as an opera singer up until like a few years ago. So I totally should be able to sing back anything that I hear. And you just can't get the whole of that, but you hear it. And you might ask other people, do you hear that music? They don't hear it. That's usually Fae music. And that is the Fae bringing that music to you, letting you know that they are near. So that is often Fae music, but it could be something else. It could be from your star team, maybe some music from another galaxy or another plane of existence or planet that you once lived on, which is really cool. So, of course, you may know these things as channeling, which is, trance channeling, regular channeling, free writing, journaling, visions and dreams, things like that. Those are all channeling, of course, and symbols like getting angel numbers, 111. I see the number 144 all the time. Or you might see a phrase in a book that really sticks out to you, lyrics to a song that could hit a certain way, goosebumps, chills. That's, of course, something that we all recognize as a sign of truth, knowing that, ooh, you're there, truth. Other good signs of truth, knowing that something you just said or thought is true, if you identify them as such. My friend always says a sneeze, it shows her that it's the truth if she sneezes. And it could be something else like a text or ding on your phone. I have a friend who says, see, you just got a ding, it's true. And let's talk about things you might see. Now, clairvoyance is rarely what people think it is. It's not like you see an entire movie, although I guess 1% of people who have clairvoyance may see it that way. And sometimes I do see things that clearly, but most of the time it's not like that. You see a little bit of this, a little bit of that. You sort of see it. It's like you see part of it and your claircognizance tells you what it is. You know it. It's a little bit different for most people. But sometimes you can actually see things in the physical, like orbs or flashes of light. The little tiny pinpricks of lights I usually think of as fae or fairy, something small. And then you can see big orbs. You can see them in photos too. And of course, people say, oh, that's lens flare. And perhaps it is lens flare, but you are also getting that knowing that it is also something that is being shown to you through the dimensions on your photograph. That happens too. Just because there's science to explain it doesn't mean that it's not also what you're getting. So that is another way. So if you see orbs, if you see them in the 3D, if you see them on film, these are other ways that you're seeing spirit. I've seen orbs in real life. It was the craziest thing. I was spiritual, but I wasn't quite a medium yet. And I saw these two clear orbs come into my room one night or early in the morning. I saw them come in after I'd had a really horrible nightmare where I felt like I was being strangled, and there was something definitely there, something dark strangling me. I woke up because I couldn't breathe and it was really real. And I saw these two orbs in my room and they were completely clear and I could see through them. And I looked at them and I blinked several times and they were still there. And I reached my hand out to touch it. And then it's like they realized I could see them and they just went, whoop, and they both went straight through the wall. And wow, that really blew my mind. That was one of my first spirit signs where I was just like, what just happened? So I kind of now think it was some sort of alien, just, what's going on there? What's happening there? Coming in and checking to see what was going on with all the spirit activity that was happening in my dream. Maybe they were looking out for me. Maybe they woke me up. Maybe they helped me. Who knows? What's one really interesting spirit sign, or one way that I get channeled information that's really interesting, is that I often get information once I start talking. So this is something that I learned about myself right before I really started a business or started really being a medium. So I had kind of started thinking that maybe I would be some sort of a coach, because when people would call me and ask me for my advice, it would happen all the time. I would just start talking and all these things would just come out of me. Some things were things I had learned in the spiritual realm, like just to help myself, but there was more. All this information would start coming out and I was just channeling and I didn't realize it was words that I thought, wow, this is really good information. Where did I hear this? Or I don't know why I'm saying this. It would just come right out. Have you ever said something where you didn't mean to say it, but then you thought, well, that's also true. I don't know where that came from. Yeah, that is sometimes your spirit guides just talking right through you. They just want to make sure you say it out loud. I've had that happen where spirit, they just overwrote something I was going to say. Like I was going to say one thing, and before it came out of my mouth, I said something else. And I was like, oh, I didn't mean to say that. And it wasn't bad, but I was like, oh, I guess that's from spirit. So that happens to me too. I'd love to hear ways that you have experienced this. This is just a fascinating topic to me. And I didn't realize how many people really didn't know that all these things were signs from spirit. So I really love bringing this forward and it becoming a real topic here. Let's really normalize this. We receive spirit information all the time. It's not just about finding a feather on the ground, knowing that's from your angels, or seeing 111, but actual words and feelings and knowing where to go, knowing which way to go, knowing which way not to go, feeling that way is dangerous, or this person's not who they say they are, or this person's not telling the truth, or this person's not trustworthy, or really feeling drawn to something that could truly help you, knowing that it just feels right, or feeling like something definitely would not help you. It's not going to help you at all. This is not for you. These are all signs from spirit. We are receiving them daily. And if you can recognize them, if you can start really believing in them and putting your trust in them to see what happens next, And what's going to happen next is your clairs are going to open more. Now Spirit sees that you're getting it. You're getting the information that they're giving you. Now you're ready for more. They're going to open your clairs more. They're going to put more trust in you as you're putting more trust in them to really open these clairs up. They can't just open up your clairs, rip them open when you're not ready. You have to be ready. And this is the sign that you are ready. And like I said, I do talk about this a lot in some of my free things like my Spirit Guide Masterclass and my blog posts, Spirit Signs and Spirit Guides. And these are easily accessible if you want to sign up for my free Spirit Guide bundle on my website at soundwavesheal.com. And you can also receive other similar things if you're a healer or a channel, or you want to be, you're feeling called to it, then come join me at 5D Daily Spiritual Healers in Higher Dimensions, because there's a whole bunch of videos there in the group guides to help you get there. This is all my pre-program for what is my accelerated advanced channeling program. And these are similar to some of the mystery school and complete connections that you'll find in my monthly group tag membership, which is an immense library of connections to higher dimensional guides and a complete mystery school of learning how to use your gifts, and also many gifts from higher dimensional beings they give us to add to our own healing and Reiki, things like that. And of course, there's also coupons in there too, and weekly lives with many mediums that are Soundwaves Heal certified. So I hope that all of this information was helpful to you. I hope that you want to add to this. And if you're on a platform listening right now that you can comment, I'd love to hear other ways that I didn't mention. I couldn't possibly mention them all. And I hope that some of these really will help you in what you're doing now in your sessions as you're moving forward as a healer or a channel, or if you're just opening up, then I hope that this really helped you understand where you are already receiving signs. So thank you so much for coming today, and I'll see you next week. Hi, everyone, and welcome to the podcast today. I want to talk more about how we receive information from Spirit. Last week, we talked about ways we might receive information that we didn't realize was coming from Spirit. But today, we're going to talk about the psychic clairs, the different ways that we have categorized information coming from Spirit, such as clairvoyance, claircognizance, clairsentience, etc. I'm going to talk about 10 of these clairs. Some of them are higher fifth dimensional clairs. And I also want to talk about 3 other ways that we receive information that are similar to the clairs. Welcome to 5D Channels and Chats with Rachel Chamness. As a shamanic channel and mentor, I'll be sharing wisdom and healing from higher dimensions through channeling beings of light. You will also hear liquid Reiki shamanic sound healing, channels between intuitives, and discussion on higher dimensional healing and channeling. You'll find links and more in the show notes, so be sure to check them. You can find me at soundwavesheal.com and my Facebook group, 5D Daily Spiritual Healers in Higher Dimensions. Before we talk about all the ways that we receive messages and our psychic clairs, I want to clear up a few misconceptions about being psychic. As you know, I am a shamanic channel and mentor. What that really means is that I use the ability to bring healing and messages from higher dimensional beings through my body to heal others and to bring messages to others, also to bring light and light codes. It is this ability to work with these extraordinary beings that allows me to bring through extraordinary healing and help and messages and information that we need. And I'm just a channel. I bring it through. But being able to work with these higher dimensional beings helps me work in higher dimensional realms. And all of this is what I teach in my course, Accelerated Advanced Channeling, which I am actually registering for right now. You can find that on my website. And being a shamanic channel means that I do work as a trance channel medium, and I can bring through channeling in all different types of ways. But I want to say that this does not mean that I am just wholly clairvoyant. Clairvoyant is sight. And there is such a misconception that you cannot be a psychic medium or a psychic healer or whatever it is that you're using your psychic clairs if you don't have a very, very strong clairvoyance. That's not true. And in fact, most people don't use the clairvoyance as much as they use the other clairs. And for myself personally, I think that clairaudience is the best clair for me. And that's not just because I come here as a musician and singer, but because hearing my guides speak to me is much easier than trying to translate anything else. Spirit gives us information in many ways: seeing, feeling, hearing, knowing. And we have to translate all of this by learning a way to communicate with our guides in a way that we know what everything means. We have to know our spirit signs and things like that I've talked about before. And once you have all this figured out by practice, then the information comes really fast. But even clairvoyance is something that you have to learn what everything means. It's not always like a movie clairvoyance. It could be just a glimpse. It could be anything, a memory. We talked a lot about this last week. I mean, clairvoyance could be anything. And it is not the end all. You do not need to see things like a movie. You don't even need to see things to be a psychic medium at all. If you can hear things, that's amazing. I think hearing is the best. My guides tell me word for word what I need to know sometimes, and that is the easiest thing ever. But I also take all of my clairs and I mix them together, and I learn what they're giving me because of experience of working with my guides and having a huge sign map and knowing when it's right. So the way that it works is I get a feeling and a knowing and maybe a glimpse of something, or maybe I hear a word and I translate it because I'm so used to translating for my guides. I translate it and then I say, oh, is it this? And then I get all the confirmation feelings that I always get. I get chills. Maybe I even see a vision of something that would show me at this point that confirms it. But honestly, that's rare. Most of the time I get chills and I get the huge claircognizance of, yes, that big knowing. Yes, this is right. And that is how I work. And that's how most mediums work. You do not need to see anything. And even if you're doing guided meditations where the person is saying, you see this, you see that, and you see nothing, that's okay too. You can do those meditations as if you're blind. So if you want to do those meditations and you are worried that you don't see anything at all and they're not working for you, don't be frustrated. Just pretend that the person is saying see, but you inside this meditation don't see. So you're going to just feel and do everything else instead. You're going to go as if you're blind. You're going to feel, you're going to interpret with knowing, or use anything that's coming in. You're just going to use a very little and go on that. It's like a little clue here, a little clue there. Once you start taking in these clues, then it starts to get faster. And the more and more you do it, the easier it gets. Now, that's what I wanted to say about that. So you don't have to be able to see, even in meditation, you don't have to be able to see anything. You can just learn to use your clairs in whatever way that you've got it. But I bet that there are some ways that you do see. But we're going to go through all the clairs and we're going to talk about them. And let's see if you feel like you have some of these. Okay, let's start with claircognizance. Each month in my TAG Lightworkers monthly group, we are working on a clair. And claircognizance is the one that we're working on now. And this is intuitive knowing. And what is great about claircognizance is that this is one clair that's never scary. It just feels like intuition. It just feels like, you know, I just had this feeling that I should do this thing or not do this thing. And so that's what I did. If you use this claircognizance from when you are little, which I'm sure you did, then you just kind of learn through experience, like, oh, I didn't trust my instincts that time and it turned out really badly. So this time I'm going to. It's kind of like that Pavlov's dog experiment where you just learn, like, that's bad. No, I'm never going to do that again, you know? And so it proves itself so easily to us that we're able to just trust that. So when I was a kid, and you've probably heard me talk about this, I turned off all my clairvoyance, I turned off everything, but I kept the claircognizance because it taught me that it was foolish not to listen to it. I don't know what I called it, but when it came up, when I felt a strong feeling, I just trusted it. If you have claircognizance, you might get a big feeling in your body like, yes, yes, and that's claircognizance, or no, no. You might feel like you're a big pendulum or divining instrument telling you a big yes or big no. You might know when someone's lying. You might know when people are telling the truth. You might know that when you watch something or see something and it resonates with you, that you feel a big yes. I mean, the claircognizance is your birthright, just like all of these clairs. And they are clairs that you need to be working with all the time. You need to feel that innate feeling like, is this right for me? Anytime you listen to a medium or anyone on YouTube or anywhere else, social media, or you go to a talk or you read a book, you're going to have to ask yourself, is this true for me? That is discernment, and it is the most important thing there is. To get through this life, you are going to be told so many things by so many different people, and not everything you hear is going to be true, obviously, but also true for you. So I could be talking about a million different topics, and 90% might be true for you, and 10% might be like, I don't find that's my experience. That doesn't make me wrong about the 90%. It just makes you very good at discerning what is right for you and what is not. So that is my little spiel about that. But claircognizance is really important. And now I want to talk a little bit about claircognizance in the 5D. What is 5D claircognizance? Where does it go from intuitive knowing? As we get into higher realms, intuitive knowing becomes intuitive path. So your claircognizance, perhaps we'll call it something else, will evolve into understanding your path very intuitively, because our path in this life changes often. And I have heard from my guides and helpers that it will change as often in the 5th dimension as well. As we are in the 5th dimension, we will be trying to evolve even more to the 6th dimension. So as we're there, the intuitive knowing is for everyone. All these clairs that I am talking about now will just be part of your experience. So they do evolve. And in the 5D, I've heard from my guides, claircognizance becomes the intuitive knowing of your path in this life. So I find that very interesting. Now let's talk about clairvoyance. Clairvoyance is intuitive sight. We were talking about it before. It could be many things. It doesn't have to be a movie. It can be a glimpse. It could be an answer to show me something. So sometimes I say, show me what you look like. If I'm seeing maybe like a fairy and I can't see the whole thing, show me what your hair looks like. Show me what your eyes look like. Show me what your aura looks like. That's sometimes something I do so I can see the whole picture. And then I might even see it in my third eye. So it doesn't mean that you see things like a hologram. It could be that you see them inside your brain, inside your third eye. And that's what we usually say, the third eye is where you see it, even though it might feel like it's just an image in your brain. And when you get that, it's very easy to dismiss it saying, I'm just thinking of that, or I just saw that image, so that's why it's in my head. No, you just saw that image because your spirit guides knew that you were going to need this information, so they put it in your path. So that's what intuitive sight is. It could be even anything that you see visually inside your head, or even outside, like orbs or flashes of light or things like that, or even things caught on camera could be a sort of clairvoyance. And it's a very interesting and useful way to understand things. I like using it. Mine was closed for a long time, like I said, and I reopened it. And I wouldn't say that it's the clearest all the time. Sometimes it is crystal clear. Sometimes I do see a being standing in front of me as if they're a hologram, but I can also see at the same time what's behind them. It's almost like one eye is seeing this person solidly in front of me and the other eye is not seeing them, but it's more like my two eyes are not seeing him and my third eye is seeing him. So it's a very interesting experience. And sometimes I feel they're there. I see just like their outline, almost like clear outline, but I see them in my head and I hear them. And that's the main way that I see. I hear them, I feel them, I know what's happening, I know what they look like. That's a knowing sort of clairvoyance. And I just see their outline. That happens actually a lot for me. And you know, when you start using your clairs, they do start to mix together, and sometimes hard to tell which one is which. But as humans, we like to put everything in a little box, as my guides and helpers always like to tease me about. So, you know, this is the box that we put it in. So let's talk about 5D clairvoyance. Now, I want to tell you that this is a topic I'm sort of just now digging into, and so it may change. I just learned yesterday about the 5D claircognizance, so I thought I'd ask a few more questions of my guides and see if I could get some more 5D versions of our 3D clairs, if they're even 3D, whatever they are, and see if I can find out more. So I caution that this might change, but for today, what I got is that what clairvoyance turns into in the 5D is visual connections. So I've seen this before. What I've seen is how we interact on social media and how that's going to change as we become more telepathic, that we would use clairvoyance. It would almost be like you're going to video chat with someone, or they may send you a video, only it would be psychically. So you'd receive like a picture from someone. You would receive this telepathic picture or this telepathic movie. And that would be what clairvoyance would be in the future. I thought that was really cool. So we'll see. Maybe it will change, but that's what I got for today. Okay, let's talk about clairaudience. This is intuitive hearing. So this is where you hear words, or you hear being spoken to. You can also hear music, like Fey music. I've talked about that last week. Or you could hear knocks or bells. Also talked about that last week. So hearing things, hearing, to get your attention or to talk to you. My guides have now come to the point where they just tell me things. They'll give me like a word. And I don't know if this is clairaudience or something else, but sometimes you just feel like you just have this word. I talked about that last week too. It's like this word in your head, and you just know there's something about this word, and you can start asking questions then. And then you use your claircognizance, your knowing, to know if you've gotten the right thing. So, okay, I hear this word clarity. Is it that the client needs more clarity about this? No, it doesn't feel right. Or I could use my pendulum. My pendulum might say no. Okay, is it about this? Oh, do I need more clarity in this? But asking all the questions until you're like, oh, that's it. Okay, so now I have that clue. Okay, so now that I know that she needs more clarity on her love life, is it about this? Is it about that? Is it about this? And know that it's not like you're going to be throwing things out there, trying to figure it out, but like you're just going to know it's going to come to you. And one of those first couple of questions is going to be the right one. It's not like you have no idea. Remember, your clairs are working, so you're going to come up with the right answer, ask, and know that it's true. So clairaudience is when you intuitively hear. Now, 5D clairaudience, which is just something I asked before I start this, is auditory connections. So like we talked about clairvoyance, visual connections, where people might send you like a meme in their head or whatever, telepathy. This would be like a sound sort of telepathic information from someone. So you would kind of get that, like where you hear your friend talking to you. And some of this could come into this, like you might hear your friend calling your name, and that would be like, oh, you've kind of already tipped into the 5D clairaudience, and they're sending you telepathy. Telepathy is mind-to-mind communication. And now you need to call them in the 3D, but maybe in the 5D, you're just going to be telepathic there. But it would be the 5D clairaudience that brings you to know that they're calling, is what Spirit tells me. And of course, like I said, that might change. So clairsentience is intuitive feeling, or intuitive knowing by feeling. So this is where you feel other people's feelings. And you've heard me say this a million times, that I don't want you to think of clairsentience as empathy or being an empath, because being an empath can have, not always, but can have a connotation of being a sponge and not being able to control how everyone's feelings are getting stuck to you. Talked about this last week. I won't say it all over again, but we want to be in control of that. So clairsentience is knowing someone's feeling. You feel it and you think, oh, that person is upset. I'm feeling this feeling of nauseousness. Is this the other person? Yes, it is. I just did a session where I felt a sharp pain, and I was like, oh, is this his feeling? And I got yes, because he was sick. So I got that feeling. I said, okay, so I need to work on that. And I felt yes. So then I worked with Reiki on healing that spot where I had felt, which was some sort of sickness in the lungs or a little bit of fluid. And so I worked on that. And so that was how I used my clairsentience in that session. Now the 5D clairsentience is actually another clair that we're going to talk about in a minute, and that is clairempathy. So we'll get to that in just a minute. The next one is clairtangency or psychometry. You might know it by either of these names, and I've heard other names as well. Psychometry and clairtangency in the 3D is when you touch an object and receive information. So this is intuitive knowing by touch. So for instance, if you ever watched that movie Medium that was on in like the 2000s or the 90s, I can't remember which, where she would touch something that the police would give her, like this was this person's watch, and she would touch it and then she'd get a vision. That's clairtangency. So that's how that works. And to be honest, I always thought, well, this is just something I don't have. And when I first started teaching my trans-channel mediumship, which is part of my accelerated advanced channeling course, I got the information that I was supposed to put the clairtangency in level 2. And I was like, how is that going to work? I can't do that. And it turns out that it was because they were teaching me a 5D clairtangency. 5D clairtangency is where you reach out with your psychic senses to receive any information by psychic touch. So for instance, I want to know some information on ascension regarding my neighborhood. So I reach out with my psychic sense to touch that information and bring it to me. It's a little more involved in that, and I teach it in my course, but it's pretty cool. So that is a really interesting clairaudience. This is intuitive smelling, and this is a really strange one. I notice this most often with those who are passed away. I might smell their perfume, or maybe cigarettes if they smoked, or their pipe, something about them that I can smell that gives me the sign that they're near, so I know that I need to connect with them and speak with them. And it can also be other things. I've smelled things that smell really bad and I can't figure it out. And I found that it was coming from a negative spirit. So it kind of told me to clear a negative spirit out of the home. Or you could smell something that gives you some sort of information like that, like there's a negative thing here that needs to be cleared. It could be that kind of sign. I've heard all kinds of ways that people use it, but it's a really interesting clair. And I don't have any information on how that would be in 5D, probably something else. But clairgustance is intuitive taste. So you might also have this sort of information coming in. If you taste things, intuitive taste, then that's what's called clairgustance. I don't have much of this. Sometimes I taste foods in a session, and then I might test, is this a food she should eat or not eat? And sometimes I get tastes in my mouth that is a clair, and I can't figure out what it is. I'll be honest, I really don't know what to do with this one, but it's there and you might have it. All right, and now the next clair we're going to talk about is a 5D clair. It's called clair empathy. And this is the intuitive feeling of other people's future feelings. So the first time I learned about this, I didn't know how it would work, but now I do know how it works. And sometimes in a session, I get the information that they will feel this feeling. So it's like, I'm giving a message. If you do this, they're saying it will help, blah, 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 blah. And regarding the situation, okay, so now I'm feeling a future feeling of joy for you. You are going to be feeling much joy in this time in the future. So that is an interesting way that I use it. It's just a feeling of how they will feel in the future. And how do I know that that's a future feeling? I just know. That is just the way that it comes to me, and I just know it to be that way. So I don't know how to explain that part. It is just a future sort of 5D feeling, and you might have it already. Let's talk about the 5D clair essence. This is an embodiment of all the clairs. This is probably more talking about how all these clairs that we are using right now, that we are experiencing as extrasensory perception, ESP, or things that we have to work on to reopen from our childhood or reopen as our birthright, which it is, but aren't considered your normal senses in this life. As we work on that, they get better and better. But in the 5D, they're just part of who we are. So we will all be clairvoyant. We will all be clairaudient. And that's why we have a 5D version, right? Because it'll be something else then. What we consider extrasensory now will be normal then, but there will be other things as well. So the 5D clair essence is just the clair of all these things. It's like, it doesn't even need to be something that we name, because it will just be a part of us in the 5D. Now, you might experience some of this 5D clair essence already. If you've been working on your clairs a while, like I have, and they just start to blend together, and when you give a message, it's just pouring out of you, blah, 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 it's coming out so fast, and you're feeling the chills, you know it's all right. That's kind of clairessence. It's just all working together, and that's what we strive for. And I experience that quite a lot, and it's really cool. It's like you are really in the zone of bringing that message through, and it is so perfect, right? Okay, so let's talk about clair eloquence. It is a 5D clair. However, I think that we can achieve this already. This 5D clair is intuitive communicating. So it is just knowing the right thing to say to someone so that they truly understand it. It's like you are trying to get something done and you can bring forth just the right words for this. Do you ever feel like you were in a situation and you just didn't say anything, or you couldn't think of anything to say, and later you thought of that perfect comeback and you're like, wish I would have remembered that? We've all experienced that probably, and that shows us that's a place where we're not using it. But have you ever experienced where it just like came through you and you just said the perfect thing and you're like, God, I'm not really good at that. That's really weird. That's clair eloquence. Another way that you can use this is as a medium, and I work on this in my course in the second level of trans-channel mediumship, which is like how to bring a message to someone without triggering them, like how to use your clairsentience to say the right thing and understand where they're coming from, and to use it in a way so that you don't trigger your client. Because if you trigger your client, first of all, their message is unheard. They're not going to get it. They're too upset, and you have upset them, and it's not the way that you want your session to go. So that's one way that we use it. So intuitive communicating, you're just bringing forth the perfect right way. And this is a kind of 5D clair that we're already tapping into. Okay, so those were the 10 psychic clairs I wanted to go through. I'd like to talk about a few other things. We already talked a little bit about telepathy. Telepathy is the mental transference of thoughts. So just sending from mind to mind. You probably know this because you've watched cartoons. But telepathy is sending that message. And it doesn't have to be so much as like where you get a whole video like we were talking about in the 5D, but it could just be where you're thinking of someone and the phone rings and it's them, or you get a text, it's them. They're thinking of you too. You were thinking of them because they were thinking of you, and you received a telepathic message. So telepathy is a 5D thing for sure, but we do have it and we are opening it. We've been opening it for at least 2 years. We do work on that on my monthly membership tag, Lightworkers. That's one of the things we work on too. And we're really seeing it getting better and better. It seems to be working more for us and for other Lightworkers. So I think telepathy is something we can expect to increase in working even more efficiently as we're here right now in this stage of ascension. I wanted to talk about foresight. I think foresight's really fascinating. Foresight is predicting the future. And this is fascinating to me because people always think that you're going to go to a psychic to find out the future. And that makes me laugh because you have to make so many decisions, and we can only tell you what might happen on the path that you're on. And with timelines, and every decision you make could trigger a different timeline, it may not happen. Now, I give people foresight all the time. I'm pretty good at it. And a lot of times people say, you told me this, and that's exactly what happened. Because the way that I do it is, first of all, I try to always say, you can't predict the future. You could change your future at any moment. So it's not for sure, but I'm getting a really strong feeling that this is going to happen in most timelines. So that is how I tell it to the client, and hopefully they understand. It may not come true, but I'm feeling it like it's really strong. That's most likely coming true. And if you do this action, it may help it come true. So that's one of the ways that I use foresight. And I'd love to know if you use foresight or what you think about this too. If you are listening to this on a platform where you can comment, like YouTube, then I'd love to hear what you think too about all of these, actually. The other thing I want to talk about is second sight. So second sight is, in this definition that I have here, is a very interesting definition. It says, the ability to see future and past events or to perceive information that is not present to the senses in the form of a vision, such as precognition or remote viewing. Pretty cool. As you know, remote viewing is kind of like astral projection in a way, where you go and you can see, you can sort of float over other places, like as your higher self or spirit or mental projection and look at things. You're looking at them. So it's a little bit different than astral projection, and it's pretty cool. So second sight is future events. Sure. You're sort of looking at it. So it's about looking. It's like you can see it clairvoyantly and you're looking at it like you might be reading a page or looking through the valley looking for something. Or you might see a vision of the past. Some people have the second sight where they can see other people's movies. That's what they call it, where they can see like exactly what happened. And they use that information to help you, obviously, although it is kind of like, oh, I'm so sorry you had to see that. So, they can see past events. That would be called second sight, where you see other people's movies. That's, not a normal clairvoyance thing. That's not normal clairvoyance. That's exceptional clairvoyance. So if you have that, you're very talented. If you know someone who have that, they're very talented. And that's not the normal way that clairvoyance works. I just want to keep saying that. You don't have to be able to see movies to be clairvoyant or to be psychic. So I see second sight sometimes as like past lives. I can kind of see what's happening visually in the past life. And I can look around like as if it's like in front of me and I'm like panning around, like trying to figure out what this is, or like trying to focus in like, what's that? What's that? This looks like this. Is it that? This looks like a eruption of a volcano. Is it that? Oh, is it this one or that one? Is it Atlantis? Is it, I'm asking you questions. What's that? Is that them? Is this, I kind of see something and I'm trying to figure it out. That's how it works for me. It's interesting that it is also a precognition vision, which is kind of like foresight, but I guess with second sight, it's more about the vision. Foresight doesn't have to be visual. Foresight is just the ability to predict what's in the future. Okay, well, that's all the clairs and the different types of psychic information that I wanted to go through. If you feel like you have a lot of these, and I bet you do, I'd love to hear in any comments that you can put anywhere where you're at. It depends if I can answer. I'm sure I can answer in YouTube, but I'm not really sure about all the other places that this will stream if I can answer. So if you're really interested in digging into your psychic clairs and opening them more, I do help with that in many different ways. So if you'd like to just reach out to me on social media, Facebook is the easiest way, or send me an email or contact me on my website. But I'd love to hear from you and I'd love to help. So thank you so much. And I'd love to hear what you thought about all these clairs. And I'll see you next week. Hi, everyone. How are you? I'm Rachel Chamness at Sound Waves Heal. This is my live in 5D. I am live every Thursday morning. I am live from 11 Eastern time to 12 doing some card readings with my deck, which is called Elemental Magic and Manifestation. And then afterwards at 12 Eastern time, New York time, Tennessee time, I come live for live in 5D, and this is it. And I usually talk about some sort of, spiritual tool or something like that. So today I want to talk about the leading edge tool for higher dimensional healers. So welcome and thanks so much for coming. What is the leading edge tool for higher dimensional healers? Like, what am I talking about? Well, first of all, especially if you're in my 5D Daily Facebook group, which I see you guys. Hi. I know I've been live a lot this morning, haven't I? If you are in my group, then you're either a light worker already or you're about to be, right? Or you're feeling the pull. Like, how many people here really feel that they are a light worker or they're meant to be here to help other people find the light, or to heal others or bring them messages, or even just you feel a pull to this light work in some way, whether you have a lot of certifications or you have none, but you're feeling that pull. Yeah. Look, I see a lot of people saying that they do. So, you are a light worker. So whether you are a Reiki master, Reiki 1, you're naturally gifted with your psychic senses, or, pull cards, you heal others, you do shamanic work, you work with Akashic records, whatever it is that you are, do, or you're just feeling like you want to go in one of those directions, then you're a light worker. And being a light worker doesn't mean that you have to do what I'm doing, but perhaps you want to. Perhaps you want to do what I'm doing. Perhaps you want to help people up level their life, connect to ascension, connect to their guides and helpers, and to trans-channel beings of light and bring their healing forward and work in these higher dimensional realms, multi-dimensional realms, shamanic realms. Maybe you do. If you do, I do teach that. I have a course, a signature course that starts in February, is the next time. And if you're a beginner, then I recommend, you start with Reiki 1. And I have a huge package on sale, 50% off for beginners on Black Friday. So you really should check that out on my events page, on my webpage, or even in Facebook, and read one of the emails I've sent you this week because it's a great deal. And I also have an advanced package, so 30% off of my Trans-Channel Mediumship course. This is a level 1 course. Most people can take it, even if you're advanced. If you don't already trans-channel, I teach a ton of protection. I teach lots of stuff in it. So anyway, those are for sale. But today I wanted to talk about the leading edge tool for higher dimensional healers. So if you are a light worker, oh, here goes my cat, it's gonna start meowing. Maybe you want to deepen your modalities or expand the modalities you have, even if you don't use them. Let's say you have, and I see this all the time, let's say you have like 5 certifications, but you don't even have, like, you're not doing anything with them. You don't even know how to put them together. That's just something I love to help people do. Or maybe you want to step outside of the rules of those modalities to really find your own modality. So I really tell people all the time, you have your own modality. And even if I teach you how to do everything I do, you are still going to use your modality. You're going to do it in your way, in the way you were supposed to do it, in the way that you've come here to do it. That is so important. Maybe you want to pick up more spiritual gifts or be able to bring healing from higher dimensions with more understanding and depth than what you could possibly know. So that's one thing I love about bringing healing from beings of light, is that they have all this incredible, I mean, I don't like to say the word power because I don't, it has bad connotation, but they have this incredible healing and this incredible knowledge of what they're healing. And they can see outside of this 3D matrix and really get to the point of what we need and connect us to what we need to connect to. So maybe you want to develop a deep connection with your spirit guides. Of course, I totally recommend that. It's even my freebie. It's like the Spirit Guide Masterclass bundle, or maybe you want to build your healing and mediumship business more. So what if you had something that could bring more spiritual discernment, that could bring a higher level of sovereignty for you, which those two things kind of go together, that could help you build your business from the ground up, even without a coach, that could show you who to trust, who to learn from, and that could be like a compass that just shows you, just pointing you towards your light path, always telling you where to go, and help you always feel connected and on top of like every part of your life, and stay in the cutting edge, just right there on the cutting edge of your work. If you're a light worker, you're on the leading edge of creation already. So being guided by things that have come before in old systems, that's really not gonna help you, right? You need to get what's on the cutting edge. You need to always, be there. I know I'm live 3 times in one day. So this is trans-channeling. This is what I would say trans-channeling is really the difference. Why? Well, first of all, what is trans-channeling? What's the difference between trans-channeling and regular channeling? Regular channeling I would call relay channeling or straight channeling, and that regular channeling is like a being gives you a message and you repeat it. And I'll show you what that is like. So that's like if you pull a card for someone. I have my own cards here. And here's a group card. So you get "You Are Safe." Kel the Silver Fairy. All right. Now, sometimes you don't know who the messenger is that's telling you the message. That could be your joy guide or something like that. So if I pull this and I give you a relay channel, you're safe. So I'm just listening, and Kel's going to give me a message. You're safe to pursue whatever it is that you are wanting to do, that we can all do everything that we want to do. If you have a feeling that you want to do something, if there's something you see, like you see someone trans-channeling, you're like, I want to do that, I wish I could, you can. And she's just saying, you can do anything that you want. Nothing is impossible. You can do it. and you're safe to do it. You're safe to pursue that. So that's relay channeling. Now, trance channeling is where I would just let Kel talk to you through me. So let's do trance channeling and see the difference. And stay hydrated. All channels always need to be hydrated. Okay, so let me trance channel Kel, the Silver Fairy. She feels so interesting. It is difficult to see in the third dimensional frequency how you can go forward. It is often difficult, for it is very dense. And from where your spirit guides are, from where we are, we can see the paths that will bring you towards what you want. And so we are here to say you are safe. We're pushing you in these directions. And you might be feeling afraid to go forward in that direction of what you want. And that's because it looks to you as if it could be dangerous or not work out or be a failure or be not for you, or because it's suddenly hard, it's not for you anymore. And perhaps you were wrong, but that's not how it works. We are always pushing you through, and you may go through denser periods where suddenly you feel that completion of work that you had done, that you felt you were so connected with, is no longer for you anymore just because it's hard. But that's not true. You're to work through it. It is another layer of understanding and learning to get through it and get to the other side. And you are very safe to go forward, to learn what you're supposed to learn. You're very safe to take those leaps of faith and to go towards the goal that you wish for. And nothing is off the table if you listen to your guides. If you understand the law of attraction and spirituality, then the world is your oyster, and we can help you go through with everything that you want in this life. Woo! Well, that was fast and furious. Okay, so that was trance channeling Kel, the Silver Fairy. So you see that's different. She comes through me and she talks through me, and that's different. And you might even feel it. If you felt like the vibration shift with that, then you're probably a trance channel. That's a sign that you can learn to trance channel, or you might even be doing it but not understanding how to control it. It's like if you felt that shift of her coming through to me. And I just let her talk through me. I know who she is. I have a deep level of discernment of what's of the light and what's not. And that is something I teach in the class. In fact, you do need to, like, if you want to take trance channeling from me, you do need to have a conversation with me to make sure you're ready for it, so that you will have great deal of success and be in a place where you can discern and learn discernment. So there's two requirements to be successful with trance channeling. One is that, are you ready to take your ego out? Are you ready to commit to changing your life? Because once you let these spirit guides come in and talk to you and guide you and help you build your business and be like your best business coaches you ever met, or your best life coach you ever met, because they are like they're here for you. Their only job is to help you, And when you trance channel, you can take your ego out. You can take that extra step of taking your ego out to give messages or get messages for yourself. So that's why I love trance channeling. With the channeling, of course, we're mixing it with our thoughts. But with trance channeling, I'm moving aside and letting Kel talk through me, or whoever, And it's thrilling. And having this kind of power to change your life, it takes a little bit of adjusting to. So if you make that decision, that's one of the reasons why I teach it in sort of a 6-month class, because a weekend class of trance channeling, is a lot more difficult than learning it slowly over 6 months, because the way that I teach it, you'll probably trance channel in the first class. You most likely will. 99% do. But after that, you'll have things come up. You'll learn more about yourself. You'll have doubts. You'll have different things happen. And you really need a guide to help you get through it. So that's why I teach mine in 6 months. But it's so fun, And so it's great to be able to take your ego out, let them talk through you. The other thing is, can you take a risk and go for it? Because that's a big thing in spirituality. And if you want to be a spiritual entrepreneur, you do have to take these risks. Now, I'm not talking quit your job and tomorrow you just set up shop. I mean, definitely, you're going to want to do some in between there for, just reality. But to take that leap and say, I'm going to believe what I get, that's what I tell my students the first day of class. You're just going to believe everything you get, and you're not going to throw anything out. And then you're going to see where you go with that. And that is sometimes just the biggest part. And, people love trance channeling. What they love about it is like the surprising things that come out of your mouth. Like, when you start trance channeling, and especially in a small group, it really helps to get feedback. But you'll say, oh my gosh, I never would have said that. It's like, and you'll get your own aha moments too. Like, I was just giving some messages and doing some trance channeling, and I was getting messages for myself while I was doing it. It's fun, and in the classes, it's we get kind of a sense of family. We build inside the small class. Like, if you heard me trance channeling my protector earlier, it's like our protector guides know each other, our joy guides know each other. People in the class, they always have some sort of commonality, which is really cool. I once had a class full of Syrian starseeds. That was kind of fun, that we were able to pinpoint how they all knew each other from a past life, and then they have each other to practice on. They have each other to give feedback. So it's not just me giving you feedback, because you hear it from everybody. And then there's so much practice. We have a practice group, and you do practicing your guides, because the more you practice, the farther you get. Like, I have a student now who practices like every day. She's like me. That's what I did when I learned to trance channel. She practices every day, and already she's bringing her guides through, not just to give her messages, but to give other people messages. She's already using them in her sessions, like within the first month. So that's amazing. And I built my entire business from the ground up with trance channeling. I built it just knowing my six guides, 5 inner band, and my gatekeeper. I built trance 2, 3, and 4, which are the higher classes. I wasn't going to do that, but everyone started asking me for it, and I just wanted to teach people more of what I learned, so I just kept doing it. And then they helped me build all those classes that I included in my Reiki classes. So I teach psychic Reiki healing, and in psychic Reiki healing, it's just regular Sui Reiki, and all that comes with that. I have these amazing manual and class that I teach, but I add to it all of my psychic healing, all the psychic healing that I do, all these techniques, and all of those I downloaded from my spirit guides or from other beings of light, and they have taught me how to do everything. I took only a trance channeling 1 class, and it wasn't even as good as my class, to be honest. It was very basic, and it was really hard. Not many people did it, but I did it. I mean, I was just made to do it. I was like, oh, it's like changed everything. I did it, and then I added onto it. I've been teaching it for a while, so I've added a lot onto it. And I took that and I built everything. So, for some people, that's all they need, that beginning little course, and they can take it all the way. All the courses I sell, everything that I've brought through for Tag Lightworkers, which has like 60 different programs or more in it. And then I have 6 new programs a year now. And like all of that, I brought all of that forward with trance channeling. So I just really, really recommend it. I think that it's a kind of thing that you can use to take all of your techniques and your own personal healing modality and any other modalities that you have together. Reiki, of course, I recommend you have to have Reiki 1 to take the class, because that really opens your senses. And there's a few other things we have to determine that it'll work for you. But the trance channeling class that I teach really helps you take all these certifications and things that you've learned, even if you've never used them, and put them all together. And now they all start to work together, which I think is really cool, So how do you learn trance channeling? You can take a class. Of course, I recommend that you take with me. Of course, because I'm the kind of person who I think about every little thing. I'm always trying to help my students. I always add to the programs, and I'm like absolutely obsessed with your success. I want to make sure that you're doing well with it, that, if you need help, I'm here. If you need to learn something, I'm always there for my students. And you can see that in my testimonials on Google or, Instagram or wherever on my site. This is not one of those certifications that you'll never use. That's why I do 6 months. I mean, a lot of people have all these certifications they don't use. They learned on a weekend. They don't know how to go forward, or other things popped up and they didn't know what to do. So that's why I really do it in a 6 months. And you get one-to-one help. There's 12 classes. So 6 months, each month we do one guide. I teach you, and you have a whole program that teaches you how and opens your psychic senses, things like that. But I teach you all about that guide and how to trans channel that guide. We work on it one-to-one in the class. And then you have another practice live. So for those people who just really need that live class and, don't do well with learning on videos, then this is perfect, because then you have a practice class with a master practitioner at Soundwaves Heal. It's usually Leslie, sometimes it's Caitlin this month, or sometimes Candace, or, others, Missy. So this is something that you will have a lot of one-to-one with. And I don't operate off templates or a preset method. I work with the people in front of me and their spirit guides. So I might bring through something I've never brought through before. Like each class is a little different, kind of like depending who is there. And, I have a client now who's taken the class, and she had to learn a whole different way to trance channeling, a new way that I've never taught before. And we had to figure that out because it was a little bit different for her. It just didn't work for her the way that I normally teach it, that works for most people. And then I've had that before. It's like you kind of have to find that way of what might work. And sometimes you might have blocks or something like that, sure, but we can release them. And as far as releasing blocks, it's a lot easier than you think to release blocks. Sometimes we just have to release the idea of having a block, Sometimes just saying I have a block makes a block. If you just say, I used to have a block and now it's fantastic, doing great, that's going to start happening. You'll see that in your life. It's amazing how that works. So what do I do in my class? Well, first of all, I'm going to make sure that everyone's actually trance channeling. I'm going to walk you through it. I'm going to give you a demo. I'm going to teach you how, but I'm going to make sure you're actually doing it. And there's no place that I can't get like a tip for you that helps just for you. And it's just, I'm going to ask your spirit guides, and I'm going to be truthful. If you're not really trance channeling or you need to go deeper, I'm going to help you do that. And so don't worry. I'm not going to fake you out or say, oh, you're doing it when you're not, because how could that possibly help you? And I'm going to make sure that you understand like discernment. We talk about that. And I tune my students to each one of their guides, which I think is really helpful. If you've ever done any of my meditations, which a lot of them are free in that spirit guide, my free spirit guide. Ooh, where's my banners? I have a free spirit guide, get to know me, like whole group freebie. And if you do that, you'll see that I often attune you to the guide beforehand, before we do the meditation. And that makes a big difference. And if you ever come to one of my channeling classes that I do every month, which are really low, low cost and free for tag, you'll see that I always attune you. And even if the meditation doesn't work, we work afterwards. So that can really show you if my technique works. For just $33 if you're in my group, 5D Daily, because there's a 40% off coupon, or just $55 if you're not, or free if you're in tag. So I tune you to your guides, and that really helps them. And inside the meditation, I have them bring healing, connective light codes, things like that. Like we really go deep. You also learn trance healing, relay healing, protective symbols, channeled writing, divination, light path guidance, and other kinds of channeling too. And my goal is that you don't just do it in class, but that you do it outside of class. So I help you build the kind of protection you need at each level as well. And I also connect it with TAG. So what's TAG? TAG Lightworkers is my monthly group, and that is so much support. And so that really helps you. So like if you're in the tag trance class and you bring through, let's say Syrian, let's say you bring through a Syrian being and you're like, what's Sirius? I don't know anything about the planet Sirius or anything like that on there. Then you can go to tag and just watch the whole program on Sirius, or like Palladian, like if you have a Palladian being, you can look up Pleiades, or you have an angelic being, you can go attune to angels and learn more about angels, and probably even the angel that you brought forth is in there, so there's so much support in tag. And then of course tag helps you stay on your spiritual path, because we have lives all week and things like that. And there's so much in the library that can help and expand all kinds of things. So like if your guide comes through and says, Rachel, you really need to work on your self-love. Well, great. There's a program on that. There's 10 programs on that, So TAG's just a full library of lightworker courses and a mystery school on understanding spirit and yourself. And there's all kinds of ascension guides in there. They help you heal deeply, expand, up level, grow your skills. This is included in the beginners 50% off sale that I have. And then there's mini sessions all week. So, and there's also lots of extra practice opportunities in tech. So that helps too for the dedicated student to practice more, to have more safe places to practice. And I teach you how to do it safely. So if you can, there are 3 things that you have to be able to do to take the class. If you're interested, please reach out to me so we can make sure, and one is like that you can visualize or receive any kind of information in the meditation. Try one of mine where I connect you to the being first. And this can sometimes be like, you don't have to see them at all. It could be that you received green and you had the feeling it was an elf. Like that is enough. Or I'll be like, you'd be surprised. If you don't think you can do that, you should come to one of my low-cost channeling classes and I'll show you. And the other thing is a Reiki 1 certification, but if you don't have that and you wanted to take advantage of my Black Friday deal, then you can grab Reiki 1 for 20% off when you check out, and we'll have you, get that done in December during your first month. So, and the other thing I check is that Spirit says you're ready and safe to do it. So I'm really want to make sure I have 100% success with all my students. So I make sure that Spirit says you're ready and you can do it, so that you're not frustrated or anything like that. And if you're not, I'll just get whatever it is that you need to learn. Usually most people just join tag, start doing the attunements and the clair opening and the meditations in there, and just in a few months they're ready. So that's another thing with my beginner package. If you wanted to buy both packages, you have 6 months to get ready for tag trance. And if not, we can just transfer that money to like a super amazing deal for sessions or more tag or something like that. So it's a really great deal. If you want to check out my Black Friday specials, that's what they are. I really do think that trance channeling is the leading edge tool for higher dimensional healers. If you have a whole bunch of certifications and you just want to know how to put them together, but you're not sure you're ready for trance or anything like that, just reach out to me. I'm happy to help you do that in a session. That's what I do. Help you find what your modality is. Like, what is it? And help you do that. Hey, Julie. Thank you, Kathy. That's very nice. Kathy says, I'm a gentle, fun teacher who just cares on a deep level for the success of her people and students. Oh, thank you. Each class is well developed and I've learned so much since I met Rachel. Oh, thank you. Kathy's been coming to the channeling classes and you can learn a lot in those classes. Hi, Erin. Hi, Julie, Jessica, Connie, Emily, Tammy. Hello. Hi, Julie. Another Julie, Katie, Pamela, Catherine, Tanita. Well, thank you guys for coming. Did you have any questions about trance channeling, or you want to learn something, or something I said, pose a question, then I'd be happy to answer. I have just talked so fast. It's only been 24 minutes. So I'm happy to answer any questions like, do you have questions about trance channeling? Oh, you know what? I forgot. I'm going to trance channel Alpar-a-be-am. So let me trance channel him. He says I have to drink water. And then if you have questions, I want to answer them. So just pop them in, okay? Or you can always send me a direct message or whatever if you want. On Facebook's the easiest way. And you can send me a message there too. Okay, so Alpar-a-be-am is a blue avian being. He's my partner guide. This is the guide that I trance channel the most. Partner guide is something that we do in the 3rd level of trance channeling, which is in my signature course, accelerated channeling mediumship. So Alpar-a-be-am says that we call them blue avians, but they're really the Kir. So that's why it says blue Avian Kir. And he's in the 8th dimension. He's also in what we would call, he always says this, what we would call spaceship, and what he calls another plane right outside of the Earth. So I think that, he's I think they're sort of cloaked because they're in a higher dimension there. And everybody on that ship or plane is a starseed helper for people on Earth. So Alpar and I work together. I help people connect to their starseed helpers and their guides and partner guides, and then he helps them connect to their humans. So we have a lot of guides and helpers in this life. Okay, let me bring through Alpar. Trance channeling a lot of people today. I am well met here today. Thank you for taking the time to listen to me and for being here. I sense many of you are on a quest for your best self, and that's very important to honor your feelings of what you wish for in this life and to know that it can be achieved. It may not look exactly how you pictured it, and that's the fun of your light path. It may be completely different, and that's wonderful, and will also show you even greater pleasure than the one that you envisioned. We are looking out for you, helping you with ascension. We, your starseed guides and helpers, want to connect to you and help you navigate through this world in many ways. And we hope that you can find what you're looking for, the kind of help that you're looking for. Ask your own spirit guides and angels to guide you to the right mentor for you and to show you plainly what it is that can help you most. That is what I suggest for you. There are many ways to come to where you're expecting to go, and you may be more than halfway there already. And all you need is someone to help you see how you are much further on your path than you believe. So yeah, he's right. You may be way farther than you think you are. And that I do see that a lot. That's why I say if you have a lot of certifications and you don't use them, that you should reach out to me because, I can help, especially in session, of course. I'll help you in a session. Everyone, thank you so much for coming to today's podcast where I'm talking about why Reiki is so important and why I absolutely recommend that everyone is at least attuned to Reiki 1. I want to talk about some things that are not Reiki and what is Reiki and why channeling the Reiki ray will help you bring out your own personal healing modality. I think all of this is really relevant and important in these days of ascension. Welcome to 5D Channels and Chats with Rachel Chamness. As a shamanic channel and mentor, I'll be sharing wisdom and healing from higher dimensions through channeling beings of light. You will also hear liquid Reiki shamanic sound healing, channels between intuitives, and discussion on higher dimensional healing and channeling. You'll find links and more in the show notes, so be sure to check them. You can find me at soundwavesheal.com and my Facebook group, 5D Daily Spiritual Healers in Higher Dimensions. Why is Reiki so important? I assume that you're here listening to my podcast because you are a light worker. And what does that mean exactly? That means that you have a desire to work in a way in your life that brings forward light for yourself and for others. That does not mean that you need to do something like I'm doing or be a Reiki practitioner or be a channel, but it just means that you are interested in filling your light body, meaning filling your body with the highest vibration of light, getting to know your own spirit guides, meditation, and just spreading light and love, as hokey as it sounds, spreading that light and love everywhere you go, no matter what your profession is. When I say work, I really mean live. Where do you want to live? Living in your heart and spreading your light, so important as a light worker. And since you are now understanding, if you didn't already, that you are a light worker, I'm going to say this. If you really, really want to upgrade your vibration, then that is what Reiki does. And hopefully you're already attuned to Reiki and you'll still listen because you'll maybe get some new ways to think about how to explain Reiki from a different perspective. But I really, really believe that everyone needs to be attuned to Reiki. Now, I'm sure that there are many other types of healing, and these other types of healing are just like Reiki. I'm not going to speak about that because I don't know every modality there is. But maybe when I explain Reiki to you and how it works, and if you are using a different modality, you might consider, does the modality that I'm using do this same thing? And if not, would it hurt to get a Reiki 1 attunement? So what is Reiki? Reiki is channeling an energy through the crown of your head and out of your hands to heal someone, either in person, which is the Reiki 1 level, or distance, which is Reiki 2 level, not just distance as in different countries, different places, but different time, as in you can heal your past. You can even heal your future. You can heal in another dimension. So Reiki 1 is anything you can see, you can heal. And Reiki 2 is anything you can imagine, you can heal. How does it work? There is what we call the Reiki ray. So imagine this ray of light. This ray comes down through your crown and goes through your whole body before it comes out your hands, or possibly in a higher level like level 2, your heart, even your eyes. And you are the channel of this ray. You are not the healer so much, though we use the word. You are the channel of the healing. And this Reiki ray is attributed to the healing of Jesus and Buddha and others who channeled God's source or the universe's beautiful healing through them. It possibly was the ray of Reiki. And sure, it's been called many things. It was discovered, meaning that Dr. Usui, the founder of Reiki, didn't invent Reiki. He discovered it through spiritual awakening. And so we learn how to wield this ray to bring through us. And in bringing it through us to heal others, it also heals us. So that is what Reiki is. And the most important part about Reiki is that we're all born with an innate type of healing that we can use to heal others. Now, maybe not every single person brings healing onto this planet, but if you're a light worker, then you do. And anyone who is working through their heart is wanting to heal others. And the difference between being a Reiki practitioner and just being a natural healer is that the natural healer could sometimes be using their own light to heal others, which could deplete their own light and make them sick. So instead, we want to channel that light. When we channel the light, then it invigorates us instead of depleting us. We bring this light forward, and it helps us learn how to wield our own modality so that we can bring our own modality from our higher self a little bit easier, more channeled, and less stressful on the body. In fact, when you're healing with Reiki, and let's say you're mixing it with your own modality, it will mix with every modality that you use. So let's say all the modalities that you have all mixing together with Reiki, then this is going to be a way that builds your light body as you help others. And it will bring you to a higher permanent vibration. So Reiki 1 will help you deeply release anything that's keeping you at a lower vibration. And that is why we talk about the 21-day cleanse of Reiki, the detox, where things that are no longer serving you just completely fall away and you are adjusting to your permanent higher vibration. This will include some self-work and up-leveling because it is just part of it. And you will begin to find yourself in a happier place, a better place, a more aligned place for yourself. And that is one of the biggest reasons why I absolutely recommend it. If you can bring yourself to a higher vibration and you can heal others with your hands without depleting your own light, why wouldn't you? And now you can Reiki everything. Let's say you're a shop owner. You can Reiki everything in your shop, bringing it to a higher vibration. Let's say that you cut hair for a living. Now you are also calming and relaxing and helping your client while you're cutting their hair. Let's say that you write books. Now you're infusing a higher vibration into your books. And with your own higher vibration, you're bringing in a higher vibration of words and stream of consciousness in general. So every part about Reiki really up-levels you. And the Reiki 1, I think, is an absolute necessity for ascension. I absolutely recommend it. And I think it's a beautiful, beautiful practice. To be attuned to Reiki, you must have a full class, a manual that teaches you more. And I would say it would be nice if you also had a Reiki book. I do include these in my own Reiki, but also you need to have a personal attunement. So what to look for in a Reiki class and attunement is that you want to be attuned to Reiki 1 by itself, personally. You want the Reiki master to be attuning you only and then attuning the next person and the next. It is not something you can be attuned by video with, and it is not something you can be attuned in a big group with all at once. It has to be an individual attunement. I do believe that Zoom attunements work. I have seen them work. I do them all the time. But as with anything, a Reiki attunement must be done correctly. And the biggest thing that I think Reiki practitioners may get wrong sometimes, because we are human, starts with not being stuck in your ego. Before you even work on someone as a Reiki 1 practitioner, I teach the Reiki prayer of saying, hey, Reiki spirit guides or Reiki masters who surround me and help me with this, please clean up any mistakes that I may make and help correct them. And that way, if you make human mistakes, it's no problem because your Reiki guides and masters are there to clean it up. And you want to do the same thing for an attunement. Before you ever start a Reiki attunement as a Reiki master, I hope that you were taught to do this little prayer. Because if you did accidentally mix something up or get it a little bit wrong, your Reiki masters would fix it. And I think this is really, really important. And I have seen a few rare cases where an attunement wasn't great. And I think that that's really sad, and it's good to maybe sometimes get a new attunement. But I've also seen people who said, I want a new attunement because I don't like my old Reiki master. I think that you can just make the intention that if your attunement was good, which it probably was, even if you didn't like your master, or maybe it wasn't, I'm not going to judge whatever happened, but then you can just say, I disconnect from that Reiki master and I connect instead to the Reiki grandmasters to help me go forward with my Reiki with sovereignty and not connected at all to my master. But I would recommend that you get another Reiki master, because it is nice to have someone who's a mentor that you can ask questions of. You should always be able to reach your Reiki master for questions and have them help you in all ways. Also, you want to make sure that your Reiki attunement is properly spaced out between Reiki 1 and Reiki 2. You shouldn't be attuned to Reiki 1 and Reiki 2 in the same day. It can cause way too much up-leveling. So you will have an up-leveling of 21 days before and 21 days after. And if you are really in a rush and you are just feeling really drawn to doing Reiki 2 right afterwards, you must wait at least 21 days after your attunement before you are attuned again. And even then, you know that if you do it this way, you are absolutely accepting that it might be a really heavy adjustment to attune to this frequency in this way, to do it so fast after the first one. And that can be okay as long as you know that you are accepting that it's going to be a little extra work on your shadow work, because that's what will happen as things come up to be released so that you can raise to a higher vibration. Let's talk about what's not Reiki. So there is so much misconception out there about Reiki. And people say there's dark Reiki, there's black Reiki, there's evil Reiki, or when you get a Reiki attunement, that now your light is so bright that now you'll be inundated with demons and you'll never get your light back. All of this is propaganda. I'm so sorry to tell you. What is Reiki is that it is always from the light and it can never, ever do any harm. When people are taken over by entities and dark things, and they are bringing through something else, that is not dark Reiki. There is no such thing as that. Reiki is by definition only of the light. So they are bringing through something else and calling it Reiki. So that is something completely different. And yes, it can happen to people. If you are being attuned too quickly or you aren't ready, sometimes with the attunement 1 and 2 at the same time, this can cause problems too. Or maybe your attunement wasn't right. Like maybe your master teacher wasn't really a Reiki practitioner or wasn't in the light, then sure, you could have some problems there. But for the most part, Reiki brings your vibration higher and protects you more. And that is why I would never teach any of these high-level healing practices to anyone who wasn't a master teacher. It is why I insist that people are master teachers before they take my addendum channeling course, which shows them how to work with the dead, how to channel the past loved ones and past historical figures. So this is a really important thing. You have to have a certain kind of vibration to do this. And so that is why I make that a prerequisite. And Reiki is always of the light. Anything that is dark, it just isn't Reiki. You are being told that it's Reiki and it's not. And that is very important. Now, if you have been following me, you know that I teach my own Reiki. It's called Psychic Reiki Healing. And what it is Usui Reiki. It's in 3 levels. You have Reiki 1, Reiki 2, and Reiki Master and Master Teacher in the same course. And I teach these with my own Psychic Reiki healing techniques, which are a little bit of a higher dimensional help in some cases, especially in the upper courses. And these are all techniques that I downloaded from my spirit guides and Reiki grandmasters that I attune to and speak with as a channel and medium. One thing about Reiki, which happens all the time with any Reiki course and attunement, is that it will connect you more to your higher self and to your God self, if you like, whatever you would call your highest version of your soul. And so it's going to open your clairs, because psychic clairs are part of being human. You are supposed to have them. And yes, you're supposed to develop them too. You know, they aren't something that you automatically get. It's part of your spiritual journey to learn how to open them. And I love to help people open their clairs. I do it in many ways, but my Psychic Reiki Healing course is one of them, because I do include a lot of clair opening techniques that can help you. And these are also available in my monthly group, my Tag Lightworkers membership. And of course, I teach a full channeling mastery course as well. But my Psychic Reiki Healing just includes all of this that I've brought forward. And you can see everything that I do teach on my Reiki page on my website. And that is soundwavesheal.com/Reiki if you're interested. I also have found that in this level of ascension and where we are now in the world, when people get that message from their spirit guides to really do Reiki, they can't wait for a class. And so what I've really done with my classes is, since I've taught them in person for so long and then eventually online after 2020, I learned, to have a real rhythm with it. And it allowed me to take the whole course of Reiki 1 and Reiki 2 and put them on video modules. Now, I had already done this because I wanted to help anyone who couldn't remember everything, because it's impossible to remember an entire 5-hour class for most people. But if you have a little ADHD, if you're an artist brain, then it's even a little harder. So I made a video for every part of Reiki 1 and Reiki 2 for a Reiki refresh. And then I decided to just complete it and make it an entire course. So you can learn by video the class portion of Reiki 1 and Reiki 2 in my Psychic Reiki Healing course. And then, of course, the attunement is personal, and we would schedule that afterwards. And I do teach my Master and Master Teacher Reiki twice a year. And this is a great course where I just try to include everything I would consider that a Master Teacher Reiki practitioner should know. So you can see it on my site, but I include all kinds of clearing and healing places, spaces, people, deeply releasing attachments and things like that weren't covered in level 2. We do break it up into some video modules and live course. And I do teach it twice a year. And it includes everything that I think a Reiki master teacher should know in this day and age. So even the Reiki manual that I use is updated post 2012. And of course, I also send you a book so that you have lots of resources. We learn more than just the regular Usui Reiki for master teacher. There's, of course, level 3 symbols and more, how to clear past life vows and agreements, how to remove a psychic entity attachment, clear portals, spaces, and homes, clear parallel and alternate lives that need clearing. And I add all kinds of other things, how to accomplish surgery sessions, birth portal sessions, how to send earthbound spirits to the light, how to do ancestral healing, things like that, pro tips, Reiki grids, and Takarana. I try to include everything, and I am always updating my Reiki modules with new videos when I learn more, because I really believe that this master teacher is the pinnacle of being a master. And I really believe that a master can do these things with the ability of having that third master teacher attunement that raises your vibration so high that it allows you to do these things. And you don't need to be fully psychic to find what needs to be cleared. I teach you how to do that, even if your psychic clairs aren't as open as you wish, or if you just don't trust them as much as you should. Although I always encourage that, because I teach all kinds of channeling. So this is really what I think is really important about Reiki. Let's raise our vibration higher. Let's start now. If you haven't already, with Reiki 1, if you are a Reiki master already and you've listened to this much of my podcast, I really thank you. And I'd love to hear what you think about why people should be Reiki attuned in this time. I realize it's a little controversial. I honestly think every single person should have a Reiki 1 attunement, because if every single person was up-leveled like this, can you imagine if everything in the world was given Reiki? Every object, every piece of food, every animal, every plant, every place covered by all the people of the world giving Reiki and touching Reiki and just keeping Reiki flowing through their hands all the time. What a world this would be. It would be amazing. So I'd love to hear what you think. Do you think Reiki is very important? If you want to hear more, I describe a lot more about Reiki and answer a lot of questions in a comprehensive blog post on my website, soundwavesheal.com. And it's called Everything About Reiki. If you want to go to soundwavesheal.com/blog and then put in the search Reiki, it will come up. I have a few Reiki blog posts, but this one is soundwavesheal.com/everything-about-Reiki. So thank you so much. Welcome to 5D Channels and Chats with Rachel Chamness. As a shamanic channel and mentor, I'll be sharing wisdom and healing from higher dimensions through channeling beings of light. You will also hear channels between intuitives and discussion on higher dimensional healing and channeling. You'll find links and more in the show notes, so be sure to check them. You can find me at soundwavesheal.com and in my Facebook group, 5D Daily Spiritual Healers in Higher Dimensions. Today's podcast comes from my Facebook group, 5D Daily Spiritual Healers in Higher Dimensions, where I come on live every Thursday. Hi, everyone. How are you today? Today, we're talking about how ordinary people heal in extraordinary ways. Okay, so what does that mean? That means that here we are human beings having this unique experience as a human. We are coming through as this beautiful higher light being, just like the ones that we may talk to, coming through this human life, having this human experience, coming into this world, maybe, just now waking up to spirituality or waking up to it over time, or perhaps you are a seasoned healer, perhaps you're a spiritual entrepreneur. So if you know my story, I didn't know that I had psychic abilities until I was about 44. And here's the deal about the word psychic. It really turns some people off. They kind of associate it with something like fake psychics or fake, scammers or something like that. But the word psychic is really just about our clairs, our psychic clairs, our extrasensory perception, how we see the world, how we receive information from our spirit guides and higher light beings. And so if you're a healer, then you are likely a little psychic, at least. And when you're getting information from the act of healing someone, you should be getting information. You should be receiving information to tell them what to do going forward or more. And when I'm doing a session, which I call liquid Reiki shamanic healing, I use my voice a lot. Obviously, I'm a sound healer as well. And what am I doing? Am I super powerful and within this body, I know how to do all these amazing things and I'm just like, zap, you're healed? Not exactly. I am channeling it. I am just a channel. I am channeling beings of light. They come through me and I bring through their light language. I bring through their healing through my hands, which I direct by using Reiki. I use Reiki in itself is just universal light, healing from God or source or spirit. And light language is just channeling beings of the light with light codes and sounds and art and all of that. And that's all it is. And so I'm bringing that forward through my body. And because my psychic clairs are open, I'm receiving all kinds of information. So when I'm working on someone, I'm seeing their spirit guides, I'm seeing their helpers, their starseed helpers, their healers, all the beings that are around each and every one of us. And they come forward and tell me all kinds of things. I channel them, they bring through their healing through me, and then it's now recorded for the client if it is a distance session, or right there on Zoom if I'm doing a Zoom session. And they come forward to help. And how do I work in shamanic realms? How do I work in multidimensional realms, higher dimensional realms? Well, by working with light beings, being connected to light beings, they show me what to do. They bring me to a higher vibration. In fact, you cannot even bring through a higher dimensional guide or helper unless you can bring your vibration high enough to connect. So that's like a huge part of it. When I teach my courses, which now my course is called Accelerated Advanced Channeling, and it brings you through all the stages from a sort of beginner to intermediate space to a very advanced space. So when I teach that, I am teaching trans-channel mediumship as part of what I teach. And what is trans-channel mediumship? Well, trans-channeling is when you let the being speak or heal through you. So that's what I'm doing most of the time. So regular channeling is where you say, oh, I'm getting this message either through a card or through images or speaking. You receive a message from spirit and you relay that message to a person. So you take all the sound or whatever way you're receiving it through your clairs, and you are kind of summing it up and giving that message to a person. Now, if that being is talking straight through you word for word, that's more trance channeling. And there are degrees between regular channeling and trance, so deep trance, deeper trance, sort of in between where you feel like you were just channeling and then it just started coming out of your mouth. That's a little bit of trance channeling as well. So when you learn how to do that, you can also learn to bring their healing through. You can be connected to that. You can learn how to do that. And that is what I teach. So that is how an ordinary person can heal in extraordinary ways. Because who has the extraordinary ability? Who has the extraordinary, the amazing ability of bringing through high dimensional light? Who has that? These high dimensional beings. And how can we bring that through? By being the channel. So we definitely need to remember that we are just the channel. We are not the starter. This is not our light. We don't want to use our light up by using our light on other people. And that's why I always recommend Reiki, because that kind of helps you. It helps you learn how to use your own light, because you learn to direct the Reiki light, the source energy through your body, and then you can use the light from other beings the same way. And even your own modality is your own light in some way, but it's coming from your higher self, not from your physical body, because you don't want to use up your own physical body light to heal someone. That will make you very sick. So Angelica is a spiritual entrepreneur. She's taking a lot of my courses, and she helps clients heal their abundance blocks and process death and grief. That's great. See, Angelica, she's taking a lot of my classes. Love Angelica. Some in person even, because we used to live in the same town. And so you use these abilities, trans-channel, channeling, all of this to help people heal and work with abundance. And that's amazing. So what is the path, the light path that you all are on? What is the light path? I call the light path this spiritual path that you have taken on as a spiritual being in a human life. So you've decided, I'm going to come into this human life, and my focus this time, or my sole purpose, will be such and such. And whatever that is, I'm going to find it. And then you find it in this life, And whatever it is, it's something that you love. It's so fun. It lights you up and it helps other people. So I call it the light path. So what I'm doing now, this is my full-time job now, and this is what I do. I guide people, I teach people, I do sessions, and I lead lots of healers in my TAG mentorship group, my TAG light workers. And that is what I do all the time. And that lights me up. That makes me excited and happy. And I love doing it. And work every day is so fun that I have to make myself stop. So that is how ordinary people heal in extraordinary ways. We are channels. We bring the healing through. We bring the messages through. And as healers, we should be getting messages. We need to get those messages for people. Healing someone is not a process where a person comes in with 20 years worth of mess, which we all have that, yeah, or 50 years of mess or whatever. And you come into the healing, especially if it's your first healing in a long time, and then the healer is supposed to just fix you and you go on your way like you went through the car wash. It's not exactly like that, is it? You know, you have to be involved. And as a channel, as I'm channeling these light beings, channeling this healing, light codes, upgrades, all of this that I do in sessions, I'm working with the client's higher self. That is what I'm doing. And the beings, of course, are showing me these different realms, showing me these alternate lives, showing me these past lives, showing me this future of whatever timeline this person's on, or maybe showing me several different timelines, showing me how it could work, letting me tell this person, this is what you have to do. There's a timeline here, and this timeline looks awesome, or this timeline looks terrible. You need to do such and such to make sure you're on the right timeline. This is really important information, and you should be able to bring this information forward. And the more that you are connected to these realms, connected to light beings, well, the more that you can do this, the more that you'll be able to bring all of this extra stuff through. So if you're feeling right now in your sessions that they're just not moving fast enough, or you feel a little bored, that's sometimes an indication that there's something new for you to learn. It's sort of like your future self is saying, remember when we used to do it like this, it wasn't as fun as the way we do it now. And you started getting that feeling like, I feel like I should be doing something else and I don't know what it is. So I really think that messages are important, and you can call it messages, guidance, or you can call it psychic work, however you want to call it. I mean, I really think being a channel is a type of psychic work. It's a psychic channeling, psychic healing, because what does psychic mean except that you are picking up information and healing or whatever from higher realms, from a different dimension. We are in the third and fourth dimension, and we are picking up all of this in higher dimensions. So I'd love to hear if you have any questions, and I'd love to answer them in the comments, either replay or now. And I'd love to hear what you do and how you work in different realms, and whether that means, you know, you're aspiring and you like to sit and meditate, and in that meditation you can feel your vibration rising and you can feel yourself going in different dimensions. Or perhaps you experience it in dreams, where the dream is so real that you know that you went somewhere, or it was so real you had a visit from someone who's passed away and you knew that they visited you. Or you had a dream that was so real, but everything was different. It was like a different timeline, or an alternate life, or an alternate parallel life. You know, these are other ways that we work in dimensions in our dreams. And I'm sure that there are other ways too that you might be doing all the time if you're not on the advanced track, if you're not doing that daily in your spiritual work. And I'd love to hear from you as well. How much time a week do you work on your spiritual work? How much time are you doing it? Are you like me, you're a full-time worker and it's many, many hours a week? Are you doing something else, but you spend maybe like an hour a day doing spiritual work? That would be great. Anytime that you do it, you take 10 minutes to sit outside and sit and invite in your spirit guides and helpers and just experience. I teach a lot about this in my Spirit Guide Masterclass. That's free on my site at soundwavesheal.com. And I'll be teaching some of that here in this group as well, in the guides. So I'll be live at 12 o'clock every Thursday, and I'll be answering your questions. And if there are ever any questions about the podcast, that's also a great idea, is to expand on that in these lives, in this group. And of course, always, always talking about ascension. So where are we in ascension? What are we doing in ascension right now? All right, Mindy writes, I am a Reiki master and death doula, constantly trying to heal myself and learn so I can serve others better. I am really trying to channel loved ones and recognize the signs that I get and trust myself. I pretty much do spiritual work 24/7 and probably need to play more. Yeah, I mean, sometimes that's the way too, right? I kind of give myself that shake every now and then too. Like, I need to go play. Well, we do, right? So that's great. I want to hear more. I want to hear your stories.